This paladin is so despicable. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Emily the Devil Slayer, asking for monthly ticket. Hearing Wright's call, Emily, who was still lying on the big leaf, suddenly turned over and climbed up, pulled out the crowbar and looked around. Where is it? Where is it? Where are the remnants of the Tower of Truth? You vividly interpret what it means to sit up in shock from a dying illness. Wright also turned over and stood up. Why, your whole body doesn't hurt anymore? Emily shook her arm. It hurts so much, but I can't let the pain delay my work. It's worthy of Beauty and the Beast. I guess the beast part probably accounts for a little more. Wright condensed light with one hand, turning it into an angel's halo, and buckled it on Emily's body. One after another, holy light sprinkled down like a water curtain and injected into her body. Although it can't make you fully recover, it will at least keep you in a high energy state. When the energy of the angel's halo is exhausted, your body will be completely restored. Before that, try not to move too much when you take action. Bathed in the holy light, Emily immediately felt comfortable all over. She could also roughly calculate that, if she continued with this treatment, she would be fully recovered in no time. Then why didn't you take it out earlier? I want you to remember this lesson. Only these personal pains can make you remember not to make the same mistake again next time. Wright lay back on the recliner. Besides, I didn't expect the enemy to be so vulnerable. It's already failing just after the fight. According to my calculations, the enemy's Black Magician army and the Alchemist of the Truth Workshop will not appear until you have recovered almost completely. But it's better this way. The fight will be over sooner and the work will be over sooner. That Sicilius must be a big problem. I'm afraid that leaving Lilith with the elves will cause problems. Hey, Emily, this is a special gift. Wright raised a finger. Only this time, I can allow you to be a little cruel. Emily grinned. Thank you very much. Although, I heard Sister Lilith say this to you. When people are extremely emotional, they tend to do some things that go beyond the boundaries and lose themselves. What I just said was actually to give the other party a reason to excuse themselves mentally. Don't underestimate this kind of psychological preset. It can even save your life at a critical moment. Go to hell. Emily nodded slightly. I'm going. The wind was howling, and Emily rode the wind to soar into the air and flew towards the main battlefield. Beast Soul Armor, Element Armor, Super Armor. Emily quickly completed all the armaments and then rode the power of wind and thunder directly to the battlefield. At this time, the ancient war tree on the bridge was waving its arms and attacking the flies from all directions. This group of guys who came out of nowhere were obviously not at the same level as the Imperial Mage Corps on the city wall. The magic they used was very vicious and insidious, and the power was incomparable. And the other group of people always took out some extremely vicious secret medicines and scrolls to release unexpected magic. Some of the tree spirit guards, because they were contaminated by unknown liquids, their skin began to rot. The original amazing magic immunity defense ability was also gone. A few ordinary magics seriously injured them. The ancient war trees quickly blocked the outer tree spirit guards behind them, and the elves in the tree canopy also fought back, using magic and arrows to block the enemy's attack. But despite this, these guys who used insidious means and did everything they could still gain the upper hand. Under their blockade, the elves and the tree people retreated again and again, and most of the bridges under their feet were destroyed. The enemy troops on the city wall cheered and jumped for joy. They quickly set up magic crystal cannons to remotely support these reinforcements that could not be recorded in the detailed archives of the Empire. However, happy times are always short. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, followed by a gust of wind that harvested everything. Emily came to the battlefield in armor and killed 2 black magicians as soon as she appeared. She held a crowbar in one hand and a black magician's head in the other, looking at the group of people murderously. Hey, your opponent is here. She is the enemy's special combat force. Emily, the Demon Slayer Witch. Some of the bandits recognized Emily instantly, and their faces changed drastically. Several people wanted to escape instantly, but the next moment they were hit by thunder. Then there were several dimensional wind blades, which cut them into pieces. None of you can leave today. Emily shook the crowbar in her hand, and her magic power surged. Do you know how much effort that guy spent to gather so much garbage together? What is the purpose? To catch you all in one fell swoop. If you run away, he will definitely take this evil fire out on me. So, all of you be honest and die. With a buzzing sound, in the lightning and the roar of the wind, Emily disappeared instantly. The black magicians surrounding the ancient war trees burst into countless blood flowers one after another, and died tragically under the power of wind and thunder. Damn it, crazy woman. One of the black magicians suddenly stabbed his abdomen with his staff, and then his whole body was filled with blood, and turned into a half-human half-demon monster. His 5 senses were enhanced to the extreme, and he finally saw Emily moving at high speed. But a flash of lightning passed, and his head disappeared, leaving only a headless corpse with a burned neck, falling from the sky. Massacre. One-sided massacre. In the face of absolute speed and destructive power, these black magicians were simply lambs to be slaughtered. There were many powerful magicians who could control the wind and thunder attributes at the same time, but their bodies could not withstand Emily's high-speed movement, let alone against the enemy. In just a blink of an eye, there were only a dozen magicians left above the broken bridge. Emily also stopped, hovering in the air, and looked at the other party quietly. There were more than a dozen magicians, all of whom were above the saint level, and 2 of them were even legendary magicians. With the protection of the holy domain, Emily did not dare to approach rashly. She chose to clean up all these small flies, and then remove these big ones one by one. How heartless. Emily imitated Wright and used the crowbar to make a sword flower. You are obviously protected by the holy domain, but you are unwilling to open it to protect your companions. One of the saint level mages sneered. Humph. You think too much. If we open the holy domain to protect others, can't you test the ability of our holy domain? In battles above the saint level, hiding the ability of your own holy domain, and exploring the laws of the enemy's holy domain are the top priorities. Besides, those people are not even acquaintances, let alone partners. Risking your life to protect them? Ridiculous. Emily sneered. Do you think that I can't do anything if you hide it? Then, you will be disappointed. Because as long as some people's holy domain is unfolded, no matter what the effect of the other party's holy domain is, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, I'm one of these people, she said, holding the crowbar upright in front of herself, and shouted softly. Welcome to the Elemental Carnival City. Chapter 327. Feeling the witch's grief. The domain opened up instantly. The large area caught the magicians present off guard. Although these people were all black magicians, they were all powerful warriors. They were all above the saint level, and it was not ruled out that they were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. They were only a stinking skin bag away from the undead creatures like liches. They dare not say that they have reached the highest level in the study of the holy domain, but they are confident that they are much deeper than Emily, a young girl. In fact, it is true. But they are far behind Emily in terms of soul and mental power. Under the effect of the witch's curse, Emily's soul was admired by Lilith. As for mental power, this little girl went deep into the nightmare abyss more than once, just to exercise her mental power. Even among all witches, Emily's mental power is second to none. Such a strong mental power makes the scope of her holy domain, Crazy Element City, so large that it makes people despair. All the magicians who were pulled into her domain were horrified to find that their magic power began to run wild. Everything began to become chaotic and full of madness. The elemental array is the foundation of magic construction. Now, let alone constructing the array, they have already tried their best to suppress the rampage of the element in their bodies. However, these violent magic element are like docile kittens in front of Emily. The most terrifying thing is that Emily is a full system magician, which means that all element will be affected. This is the great gift that the Tower of Truth originally prepared to give to the Elf Empire. After so many years, this boomerang finally hit their own faces. As for whether it hurts or not, you can tell by looking at the distorted expressions of these people. Impossible. Your domain can't be so big. Even if it's a witch, you shouldn't have such a strong power. The size of the domain is related to mental strength. Could it be that the mental strength of this girl is greater than all of us combined? Damn it. What should we do now? Emily hovered in the air, quietly looking at the panicked enemies. They didn't understand at all what she had paid for this moment today. The reason why she worked so hard, besides wanting to be the captain of her own life, was for one thing. That was revenge. Not only for herself, but also for all the victims of the witch's plan. Revenge on the Tower of Truth. Wright's attitude towards the Tower of Truth was like seeing a disgusting cockroach in his own home, or a rat that was destroying everything and peeing and shitting everywhere, and he wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Emily's hatred for the Tower of Truth was really irreconcilable, and today, this hatred finally had a place to vent. How could she let it go easily? How is it, the great magicians? Now that you have lost the strength you are proud of, and become mortals again, how do you feel? Experience it well. This is the feeling of those who are played around by you. And, the grief of the witch. Emily's wings vibrated, and the crowbar in her hand was wrapped with rich elemental power, turning into a mace. With a buzz, Emily began to move at high speed again. Open the sanctuary. Get together. One of the legendary magicians shouted and opened his sanctuary. But unfortunately, his mental power was not enough to compete with Emily. The domain he was so proud of was also compressed to only 1 meter wide. And those Saint Domain masters were even more unbearable. The Saint Domain could only wrap themselves up with difficulty, like wearing a bloated coat. They listened to the suggestion of the legendary master just now and gathered together, hoping to fight against the powerful Emily by huddling together for warmth. One of the legendary masters relied on his mental power to condense a super forbidden spell in his domain and suddenly smashed it towards Emily, who was approaching rapidly. Unfortunately, the forbidden spell magic just flew out of his domain and quickly collapsed, turning into disordered magic element. The legendary wizard was also backfired and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Emily seized the opportunity at this moment and suddenly appeared behind the opponent, blasting out the mace in her hand. As she killed the target, the mental power around the target suddenly increased, directly pressing its domain back into his body. The legendary wizard, whose body was still outside, was about to cry for help when he was smashed to ashes by this simple hammer. Simple, brutal, and efficient. Emily was not even willing to waste even one more elemental particle in killing them, because they were not worthy. His powerful magic and soul quickly escaped, wanting to escape from danger and become a lich to live in the world. Unfortunately, in Emily's domain, all this was in vain. You don't know how much preparation I have made to deal with you. Emily flashed and appeared in front of the soul of the legendary wizard. She stretched out her hand and cast an instant magic circle to completely imprison the other party. The magicians who were trembling in the distance discovered that the magic circle that sealed the soul of the legendary magician was not a magic circle in the ordinary sense, but a demonic magic circle. To be precise, it was still a magic circle in the category of black magic. Who would have thought that this witch would even know the means of the devil? Want to find a place to make a comeback? Want to live in the world as an undead creature? Or want to find a place to continue to do evil? You think too much. Emily's voice was colder than ever before. Now, become the food of the demons. Sacrifice. The magic circle turned, and a door slowly opened. Countless pairs of demon hands stretched out from it, tore the soul of the legendary wizard into pieces, and then returned to the demon gate. After the sacrifice was offered, a large amount of magic power was fed back, and filled Emily's body. She originally had a holy light halo, and now she was supplemented with a large amount of demon power. The two different forces collided with each other and almost collided. Fortunately, Emily had learned how to deal with this kind of conflict long ago. She skillfully expelled all the two forces from her body and turned them into a pair of black and white wings. Combined with the wings of the Thunder Eagle, Emily looked like a four-winged angel. In fact, Emily, a peak legendary powerhouse, is now close to the strength of an ordinary angel. This shape is worthy of her strength. Have you gathered together? Emily turned her head and looked at the other shivering black magicians. What you are doing is just turning eggs into a bunch of grapes. It's not so much about huddling together for warmth, but more about making it easier to travel together. Explode. With Emily's single-handed grab, the surrounding sanctuary suddenly tightened, quickly wrapping up these magicians like a big net. When the magicians realized that something was wrong, it was too late to escape. Under the huge pressure, their sanctuary could not compete with the crazy elemental city. In a blink of an eye, they were crushed one by one like grapes. And then, what awaited them was Emily's crazy killing. She rushed into the crowd, wielding the elemental mace at these arrogant guys, and instantly beat them to ashes. Even if the body was destroyed, the soul could not escape. The demon wings behind Emily fluttered gently, and the gates to purgatory were opened one after another. The souls of these black magicians suddenly became the most luxurious sacrifices. After the demons devoured these high-quality souls, they would give back to Emily huge benefits. In a blink of an eye, all the magicians present were killed or injured, and all were annihilated. At the same time, Emily's injuries were almost completely healed, and the halo on her head dissipated at any time. She flapped her wings and hovered in the air, looking at the enemy's city indifferently, with the murderous intent in her eyes never diminished. Because she knew very well that in addition to these black magicians, the remnants of the Tower of Truth were still hiding in the remaining territory of the First Empire. Those alchemists were good at hiding themselves, and most likely did not go to the front line. But Emily knew that Wright was right. With the promotion of the Magic Guild, there will be more and more white magicians, and the living space of black magicians will be continuously compressed. The First Empire is already their last place to stay. As long as they continue to advance and further compress, they will inevitably reveal their flaws. At that time, none of them can escape. Emily took back her domain and then raised the mace in her hand high. With the surge of spiritual power, the element on the mace also began to run wild. Open. With Emily's angry shout, the crowbar in her hand smashed down. The turbulence composed of countless elements poured out, instantly destroying the walls of the enemy city. The so-called natural moat, the so-called strong city and powerful artillery, are simply not worth mentioning in front of the legendary wizard. After destroying the city wall, Emily wanted to further expand the results of the battle. However, Wright's voice rang in her ears. I've said that victory needs the elves to obtain. It's meaningless for you to take the city. Oh, okay. Emily suddenly woke up and shouted at the war tree behind her. Those hard bones have been killed by me. What are you waiting for? Take this city and dedicate the victory to Saint Wright. Charge. With Emily shouting, the stagnant elves suddenly shouted slogans and rushed towards the enemy. Even the slow-moving treemen rushed forward and launched the final charge. The defenders in the city were completely demoralized. Seeing the enemy charging, they were so scared that they rolled and crawled and chose to evacuate directly. Even the extremely unwilling commander had to choose to leave here as quickly as possible in order to preserve his strength. There was no way this situation could not be fought. The enemy's fighting style was originally very unsolvable. It was not easy to get reinforcement, and they achieved good results. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, a more powerful one came from nowhere, using a method that they could not understand at all, but knew was very powerful and weird, and killed all these awesome reinforcement one by one like killing chickens. And he raised his hand and flattened a quarter of the city. What a fart. Emily's appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Before the elves rushed into the city, the defenders in the entire city had already run away. Looking at the empty garrison positions, even the elves had to sigh. As expected of the army of the First Empire, the speed of escape is worthy of the title of the First Empire in the Human Empire. When the elves occupied the first city, other surrounding cities also began to flee. Because the army of the First Empire also knew the previous situation. In this situation, they could not resist the attack of the elves at all. Instead of struggling to death, it is better to run away quickly. Some people with more foresight even gave up running away. They thought that the First Empire probably couldn't make it through this level anyway. After all, the places occupied by the elves before have been divided up. If the enemy can be blocked outside the Long River, the Empire may be able to survive by relying on half of the country. But now it seems that the Empire has no ability to resist the enemy's footsteps. After all, there is no decent defense line after the third natural moat defense line. What awaits the Empire is the elves' long march and finally gathering in front of the capital. Needless to say, the end. Rather than participating in the tragic battle for the Imperial capital, it is better to stay here and wait for the Imperial edict. These soldiers are sober, and they do not have much sense of belonging and honor to the empire. Over the years, in order to develop national strength, the First Empire has given too many conveniences and privileges to the Truth Workshop, resulting in the oppression of the people and a very unsatisfactory life. They also suppressed the Holy Light Church, which was popular among the people, and there has been resentment among the people for a long time. In this situation, not many people are willing to die for this corrupt empire. Therefore, after the elves entered the city, Wright did not let them expand further, but only sent a small force to the surrounding cities and symbolically occupied them. Afterwards, he repeated the old trick and sent messages to the various holy vassal states, asking them to send envoys to divide up the newly occupied cities. The elves also started the reconstruction of the city and the construction of a new bridge over the Chang River Basin as soon as possible. This move was unanimously praised by local residents. Because no vicious incidents occurred, the residents did not have a bad impression of the elves. When they heard these elves chanting the name of the Holy Sin, they were even more surprised. Soon, in the friendly exchanges between the two sides, some strange pamphlets that recorded someone's words and deeds began to become popular among the people and soon became bestsellers. But Wright didn't know this, because he was teaching Emily a lesson. Who told you to sacrifice your soul to the devil? No. Who told you to learn these things? Wright was very angry. Is the power of the devil so easy to use? Remember, if you make a deal with the devil, you will definitely suffer the loss. Looking at Wright, who was speaking earnestly, Emily had no intention of repenting. It was Sister Lilith who taught me. I will tell her exactly what you said just now. How about it? Are you scared? Wright came up and gave her a knife. I'm not afraid of a shrimp. Even if it was taught by Lilith, it won't work. The power of the devil has an infective effect on the soul. It is an upgraded energy body after extreme emotions. If you use it too much, it will have a negative impact on people's personality. Severe cases can even distort the soul. Later, you will find a place to pray by yourself and let Jonah help you exorcise the devil. Chapter 328 Demon Slayer Little Red Riding Hood. Subscription request. In the empty church, Witch-Killer Jenny slowly came to the statue of the Holy Light Goddess. Because the First Empire was kicked out of the Holy State sequence, most of the churches in the country have not been able to replace the statues. So the statues in the churches are the single statues of the Holy Light Goddess Aphra. This group of damned bandits from the Tower of Truth actually did such a blasphemous thing in such a sacred place as the Holy Light Church. Damn it. She gently opened the map, and the major cities on it were crossed out one by one. This should be the last one. It's really strange. What on earth do they want to do? Forget it. Never mind. I'd better finish the work quickly and go back to that man to report to him. Jenny said as she put away the scroll, then took out the dagger she carried with her and gently scratched it on her palm. Then blood gushed out and ripped onto the ground. Jenny took out a match from her waist with her other hand. As the flame was lit, the surge of magic power in her body suddenly changed completely, as if she had become a different person. The blood that had just dripped seemed to be given life. It no longer flowed around, but gathered into a ball, suspended in front of Jenny. However, not long after, one part of the blood ball began to rot and deteriorate, and Jenny also determined the location of the corrupt egg. It's still a double-yolked egg, one hidden and guarded, and the other is in the open. TSK, why does it give people the feeling that it has brains, but not much? Such an important place, no one is guarding it. Are these people in the Truth Workshop doing their work seriously? This plan is really weird everywhere. Something is wrong. Although she kept complaining, her hands never stopped. Under the control of Jenna's blood witch magic, the blood turned into small explosive beads and began to seep into the direction of the corrupt egg along the floor. Not long after, the blood beads were absorbed by these magic eggs. After seeing that the task was completed, Jenny hurriedly dispersed the power of the Blood Witch and then quietly left the cathedral and disappeared into the city under the cover of night. After she left, MOD, one of the 12 counselors of the Tower of Truth, came out of the void. He used his powerful divine sense to check the situation of the corrupt egg and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a witch killer, he can even imitate the supreme blood of the Blood Witch. Unfortunately, the Witch Project is the research result of the Tower of Truth after all. How can you test subjects know how to use this power better than the creator? Emma was very fortunate that the one who did all this was the witch killer number 63. If it was that man, I'm afraid that my little trick would not be able to deceive him. After all, according to intelligence, Saint Nixilat got all the knowledge from the wise sage. Although he was also one of the participants in the witch project back then, his understanding of witches was definitely not as good as that of the wise sage. But it was still very simple to deal with a witch killer who knew only a little about the power of witches. He spread his hands, and magic power surged in them. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a magic circle, and flew towards the corrupt egg underground. After doing all this, he turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Wright had no idea what was happening in the church, because he was now helping Emily remove the marks left by the demonic power in her body. Rich holy light poured into Emily's body, and waves of black mist rose from her body. Emily sat there, tears in her eyes from the pain. Right, be gentle, you hurt me. Woohoo, Sister Jonah, look at him. Shut up, you deserve all this. Wright didn't expect that the witch's soul would have such a strong absorption. Even Jonah's power couldn't completely expel the demonic power in her body. Or maybe it was because her mental power was too high and her soul was too pure. Therefore, once it was contaminated, it would be a big sin to recover. It's strange. Why didn't this happen last time when I borrowed Sister Lilith's power? You also know that it was borrowed from Lilith's power. She is one of us, so of course she will restrain her power and not leave any traces in your body. Do you think that all the demons in the world are Lilith? Even if they are really as kind as Lilith and don't want to pollute your soul. But they must have the technology to ensure that the magic power is condensed in your body without dissipating, leaving no traces. I say you get into trouble without a word of instruction. The sequelae of magic dryness syndrome haven't been completely healed yet, and you do this again. You are really good. Jonah's shadow also shook her head helplessly. Right, I'm afraid it can't be cleaned up like this. I think we should find another way. Let Lilith take a look later. She should have a way. Wow. Sister Jonah, don't give up on me. Emily was shocked. Am I hopeless? Jonah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay. Even if it is contaminated with some of the breath of the demon world, it won't be a problem. What's more, your soul is large in size. Right, don't scare her all the time. Wright snorted. It's good to scare her. Let her know how powerful she is, so that she won't cause trouble every day. Have you been with Lilith for too long, so you think demons are safe and harmless? Emily lowered her head and muttered, it's mainly because I've been with you for a long time, that I think demons, devils, evil gods and the like are not great things. Wright was speechless, and finally he could only hit Emily on the head with a knife. Alas, it can only be like this. Jonah, you've worked hard, you should go back early. Jonah's shadow came up and kissed Wright on the face. You should also pay attention to rest and don't be too tired. I know, don't worry. Jonah's shadow slowly dissipated and Emily sat pitifully aside. So, is this all we can do for now? What else? Wright turned over and lay on his recliner. I do have a way to cleanse your soul thoroughly, but I don't think you want to be my dependent. Emily pouted. What's the difference between me now and becoming your dependent? The one who most looks like my dependent now should be the elf princess Rasatina. You. Emily immediately raised her hands. No, 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 I think let's forget it. Wright rolled his eyes. You dislike me. I dislike you too. What do you dislike about me? Emily stood up immediately and posed in a pose that she thought was very seductive. I'm like this. Aren't you still good enough? A beautiful appearance and an interesting soul. I'm really good enough. Humph. Then Wright changed the subject. But you have a beautiful appearance and a simple soul. I don't want people to think that I tricked fools into becoming my followers, because that would affect my reputation. Emily sat down angrily. Your reputation? When did you have the illusion that you still have a reputation? Oh, that's right. Now the booklet Saint Wright Says So has become popular throughout the occupied areas of the First Empire. Everyone says that, as long as you can recite the famous sayings and warnings above, you can save your life. You are a celebrity. Wright was so angry that his teeth itched. He didn't expect that the Saint Wicked support group would actually praise the tribe for preaching. By the time he found out, the situation was out of control. "Hey, why does it smell like a demon?" At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the city lord's mansion. Wright turned his head and found that the witch nemesis Jenny had sat in front of the windowsill without knowing when. "When did you come in?" "When you two were arguing, Mr. Wright. When you were distracted, your vigilance was greatly reduced. That's because you didn't have any ill intentions towards us." Jenny jumped down from the windowsill, came to Emily, and circled around her again and again. "Strange, why do you smell like a demon? Aren't you a demon-killing witch? And not a demon's lair witch?" Emily was stunned for a moment. "What is a demon's lair witch? Is it my advanced version?" Wright rolled his eyes. "The demon slayer witch, the last of the 7 witches, is used to target the demons in the demon world." "Oh. By the way, Jenny, can you become a demon slayer witch?" Jenny was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Of course, I'm a witch nemesis. Now with the help of the fairy tale subspace, I can imitate any witch." "What do you want to do?" Wright stood up and put his hand on Emily's head. "This stupid girl used the power of the devil illegally, causing her soul to be infected. If you can use the power of the demon slayer, maybe you can completely destroy the remaining demon power in her body. In this way, her soul will return to its original purity." Jenny nodded thoughtfully. "It seems to be a way. Well, I can try it." Emily was a little nervous. "What do you mean by giving it a try? Are you not sure? Because I rarely use the power of demon slaying. After all, there haven't been any demons or devils among my opponents." Jenny spread her hands. "So, I'm not very skilled. What do you think? Do you want to give it a try? If you don't want to, I'm happy to save you the trouble." Emily immediately stepped back. "I think I should wait until Sister Lilith is free and let her help me. Your sister Lilith is busy recently, and the truth workshop has not been completely eradicated. If the soul is not pure, it will not be able to exert its full combat power in the future." Wright's voice was full of temptation. "Then, are you willing?" Emily froze in place, then nodded firmly. "Come on. Who's afraid of who? Don't worry, I will do my best. After all, we are all witches." Jenny couldn't help but look at Wright when she said this. "To be honest, you really know how to seize other people's weaknesses to achieve your own goals. My purpose is for her good." That being said, Jenny walked up to Emily and took out a match. "Then, next, I'm going to use the power of the demon slayer." "Wait a minute." Emily suddenly spoke, startling both Wright and Jenny. "What? Regret it?" "No, I'm just curious. Who is the story of the demon slayer witch?" Jenny was stunned for a moment. "I use the stories corresponding to each witch, not their original stories. For example, you correspond to Beauty and the Beast. But if I want to use your power, after striking the match, what appears is actually the Frog Princess. It's the same type of story. So, the story I use is not the same as the story of the demon slayer witch." Emily thought for a moment and then spoke again. "I know, I'm just curious. It's Little Red Riding Hood." Wright gave a direct answer. "Can we proceed?" "Oh, I forgot you knew it." Emily suddenly realized. "But why is Little Red Riding Hood the demon slayer witch? It seems that there are no demons or demons in the story of Little Red Riding Hood." Wright was dissatisfied and said, "There are no elves in your Beauty and the Beast. Why do you become a witch targeting elves? In most cases, the stories corresponding to witches do not pursue perfect correspondence. This is something that can only be understood, but not expressed in words. In the story of Little Red Riding Hood, why didn't the villain Big Bad Wolf eat Little Red Riding Hood the first time he saw her? Instead, he had to go to her grandmother's house, eat her grandmother, and then pretend to be her grandmother, to confuse Little Red Riding Hood before eating her? This is the symbol of the devil. Sometimes they need to follow certain rules and conditions to do things. They can't just come up and devour your soul. They have to wait until Little Red Riding Hood fulfills her wish to visit her grandmother. But in fact, this is a distorted wish fulfillment, which is very similar to the way many demons fulfill people's wishes. And after the Big Bad Wolf ate the grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood, he was discovered by the hunter. The hunter actually cut open the Big Bad Wolf's stomach and rescued Little Red Riding Hood. Afterwards, the hunter and Little Red Riding Hood put a lot of stones in the wolf's stomach, and the grandmother sewed its stomach with needle and thread. As a result, the big bad wolf woke up not long after. You think, how could a normal creature wake up after this series of actions? And why didn't the hunter shoot the big bad wolf? Because the big bad wolf is not an ordinary beast, it is a demon. The hunter knew that ordinary methods could not kill him, so he could only use roundabout means. Later, after the big bad wolf woke up, he was very thirsty because his stomach was full of stones. As a result, he ran to the river to drink water, but no matter how much he drank, he could not quench his thirst. Finally, he jumped into the river and drowned himself. This is also a way to kill the devil. Let it suffer the consequences of its own actions and use itself to kill itself. At the same time, during this period, the victim Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother both contributed. It is also the kind that people often say that people who are bewitched by demons need to save themselves and cannot rely solely on clergy. Only when self-salvation and God's salvation work at the same time can the devil be defeated. Emily was stunned for a long time. Am I looking at the same Little Red Riding Hood as you? Stop talking nonsense. Lie down quickly. The exorcism is about to begin. Chapter 329. Holy Angel, asking for monthly ticket. With a swish, Jenny lit the match. In the dim flame, a little girl's smiling face was reflected. Emily looked at all this and asked curiously, is this Little Red Riding Hood? Why isn't she wearing a hat? Jenny shook her head. No, she is Angel. I said, my ability is to imitate other witches. The corresponding story of the demon slayer is Little Red Riding Hood, but I can't use the effect of Little Red Riding Hood. Angel is a little angel recorded in fairy tale poems, symbolizing all the beauty and protection. At the same time, in fairy tales, angels are also the nemesis of demons. Therefore, she can be used to compare with Little Red Riding Hood. Okay, close your eyes. Angel is different from the Holy Light Angel and other angels. Her lethality to demons is not due to the restraint of holiness and sin, but the targeted nature of the will. It's a bit similar to, Wright added, similar to the Dragon Slayer's lament. Am I going to be killed? No, but it will kill the part of you that is about demons. Emily trembled. Wait, don't trick me. When we went to the Leaf of Life library to get the Dragon Slayer's lament back, that Cecilius said so. The Dragon Slayer's lament, the judgment of the Dragon Clan is vague, inaccurate. Are you sure that the power of her as a demon slayer witch is targeted and accurate? Wright rolled his eyes. I have told you many times before, if you don't have knowledge, you should have common sense, and if you don't have common sense, you should watch TV more often. Although there is indeed no TV, you should also read more books and newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more. How can demons and dragons be compared? Dragons are a certain type of creature in the material world. Demons are a specific reference to all creatures in the demon world. All soul marks belonging to the demon world are demons. This is marked by the basic laws of the world. There will be no vague boundaries such as whether it is a demon or not. Demons are demons, and non-demons are non-demons. But the hybrids of the Dragon Clan can only be judged by common sense. Emily's eyes were full of clear stupidity. I didn't understand it at all. Anyway, you will be fine. If you don't believe it, use your beast-like intuition to try it and see if there is any danger. Emily tried it. It's true. Why? So what I just explained is just talking to a cow. Wright waved his hand. Jenny, do it. I don't want to talk to her anymore. Emily wanted to say something else, but Jenny didn't give her the chance. As the shadow of the angel appeared behind her, a ball of sacred light bloomed from her body and splashed on Emily. Then, the remaining demonic aura was completely vaporized and dissipated in the air under the power of the demon slayer witch. In just a few seconds, Emily's soul returned to normal. Jenny took back her power, and Emily turned over and sat up. Really? It's really gone. Interesting. Wright, who witnessed the whole process, was very surprised. The power of Angel displayed by Jenny was different from the wailing of the Dragon Slayer he imagined. Although it was also a sacred light, it was different from the holy light. But no matter what, Emily's soul finally returned to its former purity. I hope you remember this lesson. Emily nodded after hearing this. Yes, I remember. When my soul is dirty in the future, ask Jenny to help me purify it. Hey, Wright, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my knife. I'm going to chop you up and stew you today. Emily was so scared that she ran out. Wright took a deep breath, calmed down, and lay back on the recliner. Thank you, Jenny. No, this is just mutual help between witches, not for your face. Wright glanced at her. Witch nemesis, is it really okay to be so nice to witches? Jenny laughed, stretched out her hand to pull a chair, rode on it, and put her hands on the backrest. Witch nemesis, not witch killer. Why should I fight to the death? What's more, I'm a living person. Why should I live according to the life arranged by others? What I want is my own business. Wright nodded slightly. Among so many witches, it is the witch killer Jenny who is the least worrying. By the way, can you help me summon Lady Afra again? I want to talk to her. The hope that Wright had finally raised was extinguished in an instant. In a sense, Jenny is the one with the biggest problem. She is not a fanatic, but she has a twisted sense of saintliness in her bones. If this kind of landmine girl finds out the truth, who knows what kind of stupid things she will do. Ahem. No. The goddess is busy with all kinds of things. How can she come to see you just because you want to see her? Then I'll go see her. I want to go to the god realm to find Lady Afra. That's even worse. You're not even a clergyman. Wright directly rejected the other party's request. If Jenny had too much contact with Afra, she would definitely be disillusioned in the end. Who knows what will happen then? Now is the time when there are many things to do, and you shouldn't cause trouble for yourself. After this matter is over, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Now, let's talk about the corrupt eggs. I don't think there is anything to talk about. Jenny took out the map and placed it on the table in front of Wright. I have set traps in all the strongholds. When someone wants to activate the magic circle prepared in advance, they will suffer a great backlash. At that time, if they don't die, they will lose half their life. I will do it, don't worry. Wright took the map and looked left and right. To be honest, this doesn't look like a magic circle. Are you sure you haven't missed anything? No, I have visited almost all the cities. And I used my blood magic to explore. I dare not say it is foolproof, but it is almost right. Besides, we have destroyed the corrupt eggs in so many important cities. Their plan will inevitably be greatly affected, isn't it? Wright stroked his chin. I have never doubted your ability. This kind of blood toxin is preset in advance and does not alert the enemy. This approach is very commendable. But why do I feel a little uneasy? Then I don't care. You just like to think too much. This is a good thing, but sometimes it is a bad thing. Jenny put the map away. Besides, if you want to eradicate the enemy, you have to take some risks. Okay. Wright took the map from Jenny. You have completed this mission. Next, we are going to the capital of the First Empire to force the palace. Do you want to go with us tomorrow? Of course. I like this part the most. Chapter 330, Defense of the Capital. At first, no one cared. Everyone thought that this was just a small conflict on the border. Those pointy-eared bastards were probably itching to take advantage of the First Empire being exempted from the status of a holy vassal state. Humph. Ridiculous. The First Empire is strong and powerful. Even without the blessing of the Holy Light Goddess and the support of the Holy Light Church, it would not let the elves get away with it. Whether it was the common people or the princes and nobles, everyone had a common idea in their hearts. If they can't beat the Holy Light Church, can they still deal with you? Then, in less than half a month 80% of the entire empire had been completely occupied, and the enemy to us casualties ratio was quite exaggerated, so exaggerated that no one wanted to seriously calculate it. It was a good border conflict, and the whole country thought that we had the advantage. Beating the other side was like throwing away the garbage when going downstairs to buy food, a convenient thing. How did it become a battle to defend the capital? Did something go wrong? But when those people in the headquarters, who were concerned about the war seriously inquired about the entire war process, they not only did not understand, but became more confused. What went wrong? No, they are all problems. To be honest, there are not many troops gathered in front of the capital of the First Empire. But after the early battle reports, everyone has understood in their hearts that they basically have no chance of winning. A mere 1,000 unicorn knights killed tens of thousands of troops and made them flee in panic. With so many cities in the occupied area, no one can withstand the endless bombardment. The ancient war tree stood in front, and it was simply an unshakable war fortress. The tall and burly body looked more like the giant titan circulated in ancient times. There was no room for resistance at all, and the people did not have much willingness to resist. Under the sustainable situation of the First Empire's royal family and aristocratic circles for so many years, the people can't be said to be in dire straits, but they can be said to be living in dire straits. Although they still have some feelings for the First Empire, they hate the top leaders of the Empire, especially after the First Empire was kicked out of the ranks of the Holy Light Church's holy vassal states. Because of these idiots, this anger reached its peak. Now, they heard that their compatriots in the occupied areas have returned to the embrace of the Holy Light Goddess. Moreover, the dual management of the city defenders and the city shepherds makes the political clean and clear, and everyone has a bright future. Therefore, they yearn for such a life even more. In the current imperial capital, people inside and outside the city are eager for it to be breached. Only the royal family and the nobles are still struggling to support it, making the last dying struggle. Master Mo, can you really hold it? The Emperor of the First Empire, Emperor Pedropus III, looked at the black-robed wizard standing under the throne with an ugly face. I heard that there is a very difficult female wizard in the enemy camp who can make all the magician's spells fail. Mage Mod sneered. I know that woman, your majesty. Please rest assured that she is just a war weapon created by the Tower of Truth. Since we can create her, we have the means to subdue her. Although these elves are powerful, they can never be our opponents. Emperor Pedros the Great obviously did not believe the other party's words. Really? Since you are so powerful, why do you let the land in front of you be lost? Mage Mod shook his fingers. Don't worry, it's because the time has not come yet. Just now, I received a message from my teacher. He said that everything is ready, just waiting for the fish to take the bait, and then turn defeat into victory. Respected your majesty, everything will be fine when my teacher, the Sage of the Void, starts to join the battlefield. We can even enslave the entire elf race, as the sharpest spear of the empire. Think about it, great majesty, when you have this well-equipped elf army, sweeping across the entire human world will no longer be a dream. Looking at the excited Councillor Mod, Pedros frowned. The man in front of him was indeed a powerful backer, but given the current situation, it was indeed difficult to win. But now, he had no other choice but to accept the man's proposal. I hope your teacher will not break his promise. Outside the imperial capital, high in the sky, Wright sat on a huge holy crow, overlooking the entire battlefield. This perspective suddenly reminded him of some strategic games he had played before. Advanced troops kill everything. It is indeed an unchanging truth. Today he came here for only one purpose, to respond to emergencies at any time. Under the attack of the elves and the vigorous cleanup of the Holy Kingdom, the truth workshops in the occupied cities were cleared out one after another. The black magicians and the remnants of the truth fled in panic, and were vigorously encircled and suppressed in the process. Now, this chaotic group is already a spent force. The imperial capital is their last fortress. As long as this last male is removed, there will be no place for these illegal people in the entire continent. Even if there are still 2 or 3 cats and dogs, they can't make a big difference. In this way, the world will finally be more peaceful. But as some old sayings say, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, the Truth Workshop has been operating in the Empire for so many years. I believe that, when they reach the final moment of life and death, they should still have some trump cards that have not been taken out. In order to prevent the boat from capsizing in the gutter, Wright personally went to the front line to supervise the battle. But as far as he feels, even if the remnants of the truth still have means, they can't make any big waves. Emily alone is enough to deal with the other party. What really needs to be worried about is still the corrupted lady, her followers, and those corrupt eggs. In this tense and exciting pre-war time, the people of the imperial capital discovered that the elves were planting grass. And the speed is amazing. You know, before the arrival of the elf army, the empire adopted the means of clearing the fields. The area within 10 miles outside the capital was turned into a scorched earth, leaving no grass. All the people were also forced into the capital, and became homeless refugees. This was done to weaken the elves as much as possible. to prevent them from getting supplies or to create chaos. However, they still underestimated the elves. They didn't need any hostages, let alone any replenishment. They only needed enough magic plant phalanxes to win. If the First Empire had rushed out to fight the elves head on, as soon as the elves were ready, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But they hid in their own city, waiting for the elves to pull up magic plant phalanxes one after another and summon powerful magic plants as the phalanx commanders. By the time the elves had completed their preparations, it was too late. The overall situation had been decided, and all that was left was to reap the fruits of victory. Since the enemy doesn't want to take action first, then let's fire the first shot. Emily stood on the crown of the war tree and pointed at the majestic city in front of her. What are you waiting for? Isn't bombing your favorite and most exciting thing? Come on, start. Before Emily finished her words, the watermelon pitcher phalanx had already started the first round of bombing. Countless explosive watermelons were thrown high into the air and smashed towards the imperial capital. Upon seeing this, the magicians in the imperial capital quickly opened the city's protective magic circle and tried to resist the elves' attack. The roar was endless. The imperial capital's defense array was still very powerful and it actually held on. The soldiers in the city were jubilant and felt that this battle was not impossible. Unfortunately, they overlooked one thing. This was just a round of bombing by a square of one of dozens of magical plants. Soon, they felt what despair was. Corn cannon square, cabbage pitcher square, corn pitcher square, frost watermelon square, pea pitcher square. There were 3 or 4 squares of each magical plant, and dozens of magical plants were thrown together. The scene was simply overwhelming. It was like a huge dark cloud that completely blocked the sky above the entire imperial capital. Boom 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 boom. Bang 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 boom. Bang 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 boom. Countless explosions followed one after another, as if there was no gap. The defensive magic troops in the city began to throw magic crystals into the defensive magic barrier with all their strength, and then they poured them in baskets and baskets, and finally threw them in boxes and boxes, without even having time to open the boxes. The consumption rate of magic crystals was alarming, and the entire imperial capital was tottering in these dense explosions. The defensive barrier was so large, but no one in the barrier felt that they were protected. This kind of bombing was like vaporizing the entire imperial capital. The soldiers who had just had a fluke mentality looked at Hen, and the princes and nobles were even more devastated. Only when they really faced this fear did they deeply feel what it meant to be in great trouble and what it meant to be desperate. The elves stood at the back of the position, quietly watching the crazy output of magic plants. At this moment, they felt extremely comfortable. Finally, the shame of the elves was finally washed away. In fact, when the elves lost in the battle for the hegemony of the continent, the elves did not feel too much pain of failure. After all, no one knows the internal problems of the elves better than the elves themselves. In that battle, they did not blame the loss. The elves did not say it, but they were convinced in their hearts. But then, the First Empire encroached on the territory of the Elf Empire, provoked them again and again, and humiliated and oppressed them again and again. This was the real thing that trampled on the dignity of the elves. Now, before they reached the enemy's capital, they attacked this bastard. Finally, they got rid of this bad breath. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to the great Saint Wright. If it weren't for Lord Wright, how could they have the opportunity to do this? Not to mention forcing the First Empire to this point. They didn't even have the courage to go to war with the First Empire. Wright made the elves stand up again. At this moment, his status in the elves will be infinitely elevated, even enough to rival the status of the goddess of life. At this moment, the empire was struggling in endless despair. They thought that they could just survive the bombing of the elves. The empire was full of elite soldiers and generals, and their numbers were much greater than the elves. As long as they survived this round and rushed out to fight the elves hand to hand, they might not have no chance of winning. But this confidence was exhausted in the continuous bombing. Why didn't they stop? Not only did they not mean to stop, but it seemed to be getting more intense. How much ammunition did they have? How long could they bomb? Did they come to fight? At 10 minutes, the remnant of the empire still had the courage to go all out. Half an hour later, the remnant of the empire fell into shock. An hour later, the remnant of the empire were extremely manic. 2 hours later, the remnants of the empire were gradually eaten by fear. 3 hours later, the remnants of the empire were numb and no longer had any illusions about this war. Finally, after nearly 5 hours of bombardment, the empire's 20-year reserve of magic crystals was completely consumed. The troops responsible for pouring magic crystals into the center of the barrier fell to the ground one by one, their faces pale and out of breath. Perhaps they were the ones who really paid the sweat in this war. Crack. Without the replenishment of magic crystals, the defense formation finally couldn't hold on and began to show holes and cracks. The soldiers looked up at the translucent protective shield becoming shaky, without any fear in their hearts. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Finally bitten through. Crack. As everyone expected, in the continuous bombing, the defense shield of the capital shattered. The entire imperial capital, like an egg with its shell peeled off, was revealed in its original form. However, just when everyone was worried that the imperial capital was about to be buried in the artillery fire of the elves stopped. Although a few rounds fell, because they couldn't stop, everyone chose to cease fire at the moment the barrier was broken. Yes, this was an order given by Wright. He never thought of destroying these cities if there was no need. His purpose was simple and clear from the beginning to the end. First, to replace the high-ranking officials of the First Empire with new ones, and to replace them with new leaders who are obedient and sensible. Second, in the process, to complete the encirclement and suppression of the remnants of the Truth and the Black Magician group, and completely eradicate this hidden danger. Third, to kill the monkey, to scare the chickens and shake the mountain to shock the tiger. Let other holy vassal states that are ready to move see the fate of betraying the Holy Light Church. However, in the final analysis, the 3 points are only for one thing: stability. Wright hopes that this world will be stable and peaceful, because he plans to live here for a long time and even settle down. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, but he does not want to change places, so he is ready to straighten the dangerous wall. And now, the last unstable factor has finally been forced out by him. A terrifying atmosphere permeated the imperial capital. Wright knew that something big was coming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Sage of the Void, Subscription Request. Amid the elves' bombardment, the high-ranking officials of the empire had completely collapsed. They gathered in front of the palace and demanded that Emperor Pedrus release them. How could such a crazy request be allowed? Emperor Pedrus looked at these stupid people with great annoyance. Some of them were royal relatives, and some were his children and in-laws. Let you out? In this situation? How can we let you out? Look at the equivalent and density of this bombing. If the barrier is closed for even half a second, the entire imperial capital will disappear. We will all be dead. One of the nobles shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, there is no need for you to pretend at this point. I don't believe that as an emperor, you have not prepared any means of escape. Didn't the Pedrus family secretly build a teleportation array in the palace? You don't treat us as fools. Don't think about sneaking away and leaving us all here to die. If you want to go, let's go together. If you don't want to leave, at least let us go." Others also responded, and it was obvious that everyone thought so. Emperor Pedrus was very angry, but he could do nothing. There is indeed a teleportation array in the palace, but where can they go now? If they stay in full view of the public, perhaps there will be a decent ending. If they sneak out and are caught outside, they might die miserably in the gutter. Kings, at least one king, should leave the stage with dignity. Unfortunately, the nobles below don't think so. Because of the domestic environment, these guys have more or less something to do with the Truth Workshop. According to the rules of the Holy Light Church, their lives will definitely be in danger and their property will be confiscated. If it was before, they might have fantasized that the law does not punish the masses, or that it was the gift of the goddess. But now, no one would have such a lucky idea. That man, that guy called the Holy Sin, the creator of the bloody holy day, he will definitely kill everyone with a knife. In this case, what are you waiting for? They are not royals. Even if they run away, I believe that the Holy Light Church will not be too strong in tracking them down. At that time, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can still buy your life. Even if you are an ordinary civilian or a merchant for the rest of your life, it is better than losing your life here. Unfortunately, Emperor Pedro Paulus did not seem to want to let them go. There is indeed a teleportation array in the palace, but it cannot be used now. And even if it can be teleported, it is only enough for 2 or 3 people at a time. But you. Emperor Pedro Paulus looked at the densely packed heads in front of the palace, and suddenly felt melancholy. Thousands of people. It turns out that there are so many termites and blood-sucking leeches in the empire. They are greedy, they are evil, and they do everything they can to exploit the people of their own country. And I'm their accomplice and leader. At that moment, Emperor Pedro Paulus felt self-loathing that he had never felt before. Perhaps it would not be a bad thing for this country to end here. Emperor Pedro Paulus shook his head and turned to look in the direction behind him. Master Mod, think of a solution. In this situation, what are you waiting for? Where is your teacher? Where is the Sage of the Void? Where is the god who is stronger and greater than the goddess of light? Why don't you call them out now? How long do you want to wait? Hey, rude magician. I'm talking to you. Emperor Pedrus was annoyed when he saw that the other party had not responded to him. Speaking of which, the magicians of the Tower of Truth have played a role in fueling the Empire's current situation. Now, at this time, they dare to show off to him. It's absurd. Emperor Pedrus turned around and walked in front of Master Mod, reaching out to grab the other's hood. Damn it. Give me an answer. However, when he grabbed the hood, he felt a sticky and wet touch in his hand. Then the fishy and sour stench came to his face, and the black robe fell to the ground, and then the thick water of decay flowed out. What is this? Before Emperor Pedrus the Great could figure out the situation, his finger that had touched the pus began to rot rapidly, and then his whole body rotted into a ball of pus like a rotten fruit. Such a weird and terrifying scene immediately frightened the nobles outside the palace. One of the noble ladies screamed shrilly and turned around and ran. Unfortunately, she fell to the ground after carrying a huge jewelry box. The terrifying atmosphere spread among the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, another person was corrupted into pus. The invisible breath filled the air, and soon everyone in the palace was turned into rancid pus. It seemed that the number was satisfied, and these pus began to gather under the control of the invisible force, and formed a rancid formation in the square in front of the palace. The figure of an old man slowly emerged and continued to solidify. Finally, at the moment when the pus dried up, his body was cast. MOD, my good disciple. Thank you for everything you have done, which gave me the opportunity to be resurrected. The old man had a strange smile on his face. I promised you that I would take you beyond the mortal world and seek the truth. Now you have become a part of me. When I complete this tracing, it can be regarded as what I promised you. Ha 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 ha. He soared into the sky and took a deep breath. Such a strong breath of life. It is simply the most perfect nutrient for the power of corruption. Ha 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 ha. MOD, my good disciple. Thank you for the gift. I will remember your contribution. The old man greedily cast his eyes on the elves' camp. Although there were still countless people in the imperial capital, he was obviously more interested in the elves. At this time, Emily also felt an extremely evil breath. She quickly pulled out her crowbar and rushed to the sky above the empire. When she saw the old man in front of her, her face suddenly became ugly. The guy opposite exuded a strong smell of corruption. Fortunately, his strength was not strong enough to distort the souls of others. Oh, you are the demon slayer, Mel's little toy. Ha ha ha, that crazy woman. I didn't expect that she actually succeeded. What a cruel method. Who are you? Emily pointed the crowbar in her hand at the other party. Demigod level powerhouse. Are you from the Tower of Truth? Ha ha ha, demigod. Do you think I'm just a demigod level powerhouse? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Listen carefully, little girl. My name is Ashlyn Meek. One of the 3 sages of the Great Tower of Truth, the Sage of the Void. Speaking of which, I'm also one of your founders. After all, I also helped with that witch plan. Ha ha ha. Emily clenched the crowbar and sneered. "Oh, really? That's great. It has always been a regret of mine that I couldn't kill the Sage of Wisdom. Now it seems not bad to make up for it with the Sage of the Void. Just you? That's right. As a demon slayer witch, if you really have the ability that Mel said, you will be a troublesome guy. Well, a legendary strongman. You are a genius at such a young age. Or, it is the influence of the witch's power. If it were me before, I might have to spend some effort. Unfortunately, now I have gained new power." The Sage of the Void glared, and then countless magic patterns appeared all over his body, forming one formation after another. Seeing this, Emily hurriedly waved the crowbar and pulled out several dimensional wind blades. However, when these wind blades passed through the body of the Sage of the Void, they twisted and deformed strangely, and then dissipated. "It's ridiculous. I'm the Sage of the Void, and I control the supreme mystery of space. With these little tricks of yours, you still want to hurt me? Ha 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 ha. Just watch this great sacrifice." The space around the Sage of the Void began to distort, and then suddenly it began to collapse like a broken glass. In the space that looked like broken glass, Emily clearly saw one after another holy light cathedral. Wright, who was in the air, frowned. It seemed that these churches were the ones where the corrupted eggs were placed. This Sage of the Void was so powerful that he could connect with so many spatial locations at the same time. No wonder from the map, those churches can't form a magic circle at all. So that's it. This Sage of the Void used space magic to get in touch with all the churches and rearrange them in space around him. So, it doesn't matter whether these places form a magic circle or not, and they are not affected in all corners of the world. As long as space magic is used, they can appear where they need to appear. Wonderful, wonderful. This space magic combined with the magic circle is simply wonderful. He is worthy of being the Sage of the Void. He can do this. Whether it is the idea or the strength, he deserves the name of this sage. A glimpse of the whole picture. Wright saw the Sage of the Void use a trick once, and he roughly understood how difficult this guy was. He could have prepared countless material points for the magic array in advance, and could use space magic to combine them at any time when fighting the enemy. Theoretically, his magic array has no upper limit. This no upper limit means that there is no upper limit for attack, defense, and effect. It's tricky, really tricky. Emily is not stupid. Although she doesn't think as clearly as Wright, she also knows that the enemy is not easy to deal with. Crazy elemental city. To deal with the mage, one's own domain is naturally indispensable. Emily instantly opened the sanctuary and wrapped up the enemy. However, the Sage of the Void was not affected at all in the crazy elemental city. Little girl, this move of yours is enough to defeat 99.9% of the mages in this world. The Sage of the Void could not help but admire that old woman Mel is really good at it. She actually created such a troublesome existence. The only pity is that your ability is ineffective against me. Because space magic is the power of law, a unique ability generated by the mutation of the soul. Even the gods cannot touch it. Only with a special soul structure that resonates with the law of space can it be used. The so-called born different is people like me. Some people are destined to be extraordinary from birth, and they can't be envied. As he said, the space fragments around him were reorganized and arranged again, forming a huge magic circle. You seem to have injected strange things into these corrupt eggs, and want to hurt me by using spells to backfire when I use them. The idea is good, but unfortunately you guessed the purpose of these things wrong. They are not the materials for my spells, but my sacrifices. With a hum, the entire magic circle began to rotate, and a gap appeared above all the churches. The rich corrupt power was completely sacrificed at this moment, and the supreme blood hidden in it was left in its original place. Wright looked at all this, and smiled and shook his head. Jenny, you are still too young. This is the result of a plan without a backup plan. Around the Sage of the Void, the corrupt power was completely sacrificed, just like the fruits of a good harvest, all handed over. After completing all this, the Sage of the Void showed a satisfied smile on his face. That's it. After the sacrifice, a huge and pure divine power poured into his body. The Sage of the Void spread his hands, and a decayed staff appeared in his hands. It exuded a terrifying pressure, which had reached the level of a law-level artifact. The Sage of the Void stroked the staff, his eyes full of greed. This is exactly what I want. What I desire. What I dream of. Seeing his appearance, Emily felt disgusted. Isn't it just a staff that looks decayed and about to break? Is it necessary to be so excited? Hearing this, the Sage of the Void stared at Emily with a look, as if he were looking at a dead person. Oh, haha, you are so arrogant, just because you have your own holy weapon. Your smug face is really disgusting. I will kill you. Then I will sacrifice your body and soul to Madam Corruption. Let you suffer for eternity. Emily's beast-like intuition took effect. Oh, I understand. When you became a saint, you didn't awaken your own holy weapon. Ha 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 ha. You said that people are born outstanding, and you said that you are such a special existence. In the end, you couldn't even awaken your own holy weapon. You are destined to be a pseudo-saint. You even said shamelessly that you are a special existence, but when you were promoted to the saint level, you were beaten back to your original form by reality. You are just a lucky guy. You don't have any talent, let alone any talent. You are a poor guy who couldn't awaken your own holy weapon. Shut up. The Sage of the Void instantly exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and the rotten flesh on his face fell off in excitement. You will pay for your arrogance and disrespect. Emily snorted coldly and got ready. Who is afraid of who? I have defeated gods. Why should I be afraid of a demigod like you? The power is borrowed, the laws are borrowed, and even the holy artifact is borrowed. Since you are resurrected from the dead, I will kill you again. Anyway, with the sins you have committed, dying 1,000 times or 10,000 times is not light. The situation below was tense and a war was about to break out. And Wright was still looking around and constantly exploring. Could it be that the chess piece of Madam Corruption is just this demigod who took the gift artifact? Chapter 332 Invincible Emily, asking for monthly ticket. Above the sky, Wright's spiritual sense swept across the entire Imperial capital again and again. But the result was that there were almost no life forms with high magic power reactions in the city. In other words, there were basically no people in the city who could be called magicians. This surprised Wright. After all, according to his prior calculations, these magicians from the Truth Workshop should have been forced into the Imperial capital, ready to go all out. But why did all these guys disappear? Not only them, but even the Imperial Palace in the Imperial capital was empty. The royal nobles inside, and even the soldiers in charge of guarding, all disappeared. Hiss. Could it be? Wright's eyes looked down, and fell on the Sage of the Void. Unknown evil was surging in his body, and the power of his soul was very full of double images. It didn't look like he had just been resurrected from the Hades Beach. Jonah. Right, I'm here. Wright used the holy prayer to establish a connection with Jonah. Check if there are any undead souls heading to the underworld or the underworld beach in the direction of the First Empire's capital just now. After Jonah was silent for a while, her voice rang in Wright's ears again. No, not a single one. Wright frowned. I'm afraid it's not good. The people disappeared, but no dead souls went to the underworld, which can only mean that their souls have become sacrifices or food for the resurrection of the Sage of the Void. When the three sages were the strongest, they were only at the peak of legend. Now that he has been resurrected, not only has his strength not decreased, but it has also been improved. That can only be the reason. They are so ruthless that they don't even let their own people go. Wright was a little speechless. He was still waiting to settle accounts with these bastards after the city was broken. As a result, the leader of the other side did it in advance. With a roar, Emily waved the crowbar and launched an attack. But her attacks were basically avoided by the enemy. How to attack an enemy who can manipulate space at will is a difficult problem. Emily tried many ways, but failed. Whether it is energy or matter, it is impossible to attack the opponent's body. And the opponent's ability is not affected by the effect of the crazy elemental city. At the same time, the Sage of the Void can also build various magic arrays around him through the spellcasting materials he prepared in advance. Even when facing the demon's lair Emily, he can still handle it with ease. But fortunately, Emily's domain is also very restraining. No matter how powerful the magic released by the Sage of the Void, it can't produce any effect in the domain. Only the space magic he is good at can threaten Emily. The two soon entered a stalemate stage. Emily's mental power was so powerful that she suppressed the opponent from releasing his sanctuary. If the Sage of the Void only used space magic, his means were limited. And her beast-like intuition, coupled with the absolute speed brought by the wind and thunder, made the space magic fail repeatedly. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and it seemed that they would just waste it like this. The Sage of the Void was also very depressed. He felt that he had returned to the world and had been blessed by a powerful evil god. He could finally take revenge and settle accounts with the enemies who destroyed the Tower of Truth. With his own backer, even the goddess of holy light was nothing to worry about. But he never expected that in his first battle after his resurrection, he would be beaten so badly by a little girl. He couldn't use all his skills and was even suppressed. Space magic must be defended at all times. If you are careless, the opponent may seize the opportunity and hit you hard with a powerful blow. And this girl is just an individual combat force under the command of the Holy Sin. When he thought of this, the Sage of the Void felt his scalp tingling, and there was no hope of revenge. Before his resurrection, he thought that his disciples were too weak. How strong can a mere paladin and a mortal be? As a result, after fighting with Emily, he found that things didn't seem to be what he thought. Damn, didn't he just die 100 years ago? 100 years ago, the Holy Light Church mustered the power of the entire continent to barely contend with the Tower of Truth. Back then, he fought against several legendary masters alone, but was eventually killed by someone's poison. As a result, he is still so miserable now. Question mark? Enough. You force me to do this. The Sage of the Void could no longer bear this humiliation. He protected his body with space magic, and the tip of the staff in his hand gathered a ball of blue-black light. It was so dirty, so evil, and so ominous. Emily trembled all over and subconsciously distanced herself. She recognized this power. It was the corrupt power that permeated the Cathedral of Holy Light when she went there that time. Turn into pus for me, along with your soul. The Sage of the Void grabbed with one hand, and the corrupt power exploded, dyeing everything around it blue-black. Everything began to rot under this power. Emily wanted to escape, but she heard the laughter of the Sage of the Void behind her. Ha ha ha, it's useless. I'm the Sage of the Void. Do you think you can escape? The next moment, the surrounding space kept changing and twisting. Emily had already escaped from the range of the blue-black light, but in a moment of distraction, she appeared in the coverage of the corrupted power again. Oh no. Emily's face changed drastically, and a strange feeling surged into her soul again. Seeing that his method was effective, the Sage of the Void immediately smiled with a successful trick. However, the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. HMPH, you can't run away. With a sudden knife, the Sage of the Void stabbed from the back and out from the chest. The figure of Jenny, the witch nemesis, slowly emerged. You didn't expect it, great sage. The Sage of the Void looked at Jenny, who suddenly appeared, his face full of disbelief. You? How did you? Have you heard of the story of the farmer and the goldfish? Jenny turned the handle of the knife, and pus and blood gushed out from the chest of the Sage of the Void. The ability of the alchemy witch is really useful. She can make anything. Even the theoretical space teleportation device recorded in your notes, the Sage of the Void, can be made. My notes. I heard that you called all the members of the Truth Workshop to the Imperial capital to celebrate your resurrection. So, there is no one guarding your secret treasure of truth. Jenny narrowed her eyes and smiled triumphantly. I went back to the organization and took back all the witch tokens in it, as well as a large amount of wealth and research materials from the Truth Workshop. The only thing that is difficult to get is seawater. Fortunately, the seafood trade is very popular recently. Boom. The Sage of the Void was full of magic power, and his demigod level pressure directly shook Jenny away. After all, Jenny is not even a saint. If Emily hadn't suppressed the holy domain of the Sage of the Void in his body, she might not have had the chance to stab her just now. Now that the other party is alert, I'm afraid there will be no chance later. Jenny returned to Emily's side with the help of the airwave, and held her up. Are you okay? The power of corruption disturbed my soul. Then, I came at the right time. As she spoke, Jenny took out a white rose from her arms, and stuffed it into Emily's hand. What is this? Can't you feel it? This is your witch token. Hearing Jenny say this, Emily remembered. In the story of Beauty and the Beast, there is indeed a white rose, which symbolizes the life of the beast, and is a veritable flower of life. The demon-killing witch corresponds to the elves, and the god worshipped by the elves is the goddess of life. Therefore, this flower represents the blooming life. When Emily took the white rose, her life force burst out instantly, and she actually dispelled all the corrupt power, and her strength officially broke through the legend at this moment, and climbed to the semi-god realm. Seeing Emily recover, Jenny withdrew her hand and said, "The space jump device will be hard to be effective after the other party is alerted. Ordinary magic is useless against the Sage of the Void. His real weakness is his soul. 100 years ago, he was killed because his soul was targeted. That's all I can do for you." "Then, I'll leave it to you, Emily. The hatred of the witches. I'll leave it all to you. Soul, I understand. I know how to beat him." Emily nodded slightly. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I will make him pay the price." As she spoke, she took out a fire attribute magic crystal card and inserted it into the armor, and then took out a brand new magic card. But just as she was about to swipe the card, the Sage of the Void, who was repairing his injuries, suddenly had a fierce light in his eyes and pointed in her direction. Emily's heart was immediately alarmed, and she subconsciously threw her armor out. Boom. As expected, the magic crystal card in the armor suddenly exploded, and the armor was blown into ashes. Emily was horrified, but she reacted immediately. Damn it, the magic crystal card is the creation of the Tower of Truth. After the destruction of the Tower of Truth, people have not yet figured out how the magic crystal card was made. The technology of storing a large amount of magic crystals in a small card is still an unsolved mystery. Now Emily figured it out. There is no unsolved mystery. This magic crystal card is a little thing made by the Sage of the Void with space magic. If he wants, this thing is a small magic crystal bomb. After figuring this out, Emily quickly threw away all the magic crystal cards on her body. Seeing her do this, the Sage of the Void did not detonate those priceless cards. But for Emily, it was heartache and pain, heartbroken. "Without your strange little thing, I don't see what you can do." When the battle developed to this point, Wright in the sky had stood up from the Holy Raven. The space around him was squirming. It turned out that the witch nemesis Jenny came to his side with the space jump device. "I have already told her your hint. Thank you for your hard work." "Nothing. Killing one of the culprits of the Tower of Truth is something I dream of doing every day. Unfortunately, I'm too weak." Jenny looked at her hands and hated that her level was too low. Even if she was a saint, she had the opportunity to participate in the battle. It's good to be able to stab. Hearing Wright's praise, Jenny smiled with relief. "Are you ready to go down and do it yourself?" "Not necessarily. Let's see." "What do you mean by let's see?" Wright narrowed his eyes and looked at Emily's battlefield below. "It depends on whether Emily can be enlightened." Enlightened? Enlighten? Jenny didn't understand what Wright meant, but she saw that Emily on the battlefield suddenly took off the belt around her waist after a short period of stagnation. What is she doing? Is she throwing away her hope? "Hey, why are you sitting down? Shouldn't you go and save the situation?" Wright sat cross-legged on the back of the Holy Raven again and asked Jenny to sit down with him. "It's the finale. Emily really didn't disappoint me." On the battlefield, Emily threw away her belt and held the crowbar upright in front of her. The Sage of the Void was facing a formidable enemy. He gathered the space dimension blade in his left hand and held the corruption scepter in his right hand, gathering the power of corruption. The other party had already been promoted to the demigod realm like himself, so he had to be more careful in dealing with it. However, the next moment, Emily's soul began to resonate with her own holy weapon. Then her holy land, the crazy element city, also began to resonate with her holy weapon and soul. Seeing all this, the Sage of the Void was trembling with jealousy. This was exactly what he longed for. Only those who had their own holy weapon were qualified to step into the realm of the sky, the path of a true strong man. The so-called demigod was just a second best choice for those who could not reach the realm of the sky. After all, the power of a demigod has an end, but the sky has no upper limit. He looked at the corrupted divine staff in his hand, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. The artifact that he had obtained by selling his soul seemed to have fulfilled his original regret. Now it seems that it only made his figure, which he had been seeking, but could not get, look even more embarrassed. What about the sky? I will die today. The Sage of the Sky angrily swung out countless dimensional space slashes, and at the same time shook the magic circle, blasting out several corrupt beams. However, Emily entered the triple resonance with the body of a demigod at this moment, and her sky realm was so powerful that it was not comparable to the ordinary sky realm. Facing the dimensional slash swung by the Sage of the Sky, Emily counterattacked with several wind blades. The wind element compressed to the extreme also achieved the effect of tearing the space, and after colliding with the dimensional slash, it cancelled each other out. As for the corrupt beam, under the effect of the witch's token, the white rose, it was completely useless. There was no way Emily was behind the entire fairy tale subspace. Even with the recent construction, the remaining witch power is enough to protect her. No tricks, right? Then it's my turn. Emily took a step forward, and the elemental power was running fast. First level, Super Sense. Second level, Overload. Third level, Overclocking. Fourth level, Super Body. Fifth level, Super Quantity. Sixth level, Super Fusion. Emily, who reached the 6th level, was almost completely elemental. She was emitting a terrifying pressure. In the sky, Wright showed a satisfied smile. Finally, it's back on track. Jenny next to him was full of disbelief. What is this? Theoretically, the strongest state that the Demon Slayer can reach is the road to the extreme mastery of all magic. This is too strong, isn't it? Wright shook his finger. No. She can become even stronger because Beauty and the Beast are two powers. Look. She is going to open up a new path. Chapter 333, the 7th level, Hyperlink, monthly ticket plus 1010. Emily, in the superfusion state, has advanced to become a full elemental body. This is a realm that Wright cannot reach, and he can only enter a single light elemental body. In terms of form alone, it is definitely much weaker than Emily's superfusion state. And this is also the theoretical final form of the ordinary mage system on the road opened by Wright. But Emily also has the power of a druid, which also allows her to have the possibility of opening up the 7th level. 7th level, Super Chain. A shadow of a grey wolf appeared in front of her, and then merged with it. As Wright said, whether it is a belt, armor or a card, it is actually an aid for Emily to activate her own power and manipulate them more conveniently. The power itself still belongs to Emily, and now, she once again controls them with her own hands. After the grey wolf's figure merged, Emily took out another magic card, on which was a wolf with green fire burning all over its body, and the number was 11, the guard. The card spontaneously ignited without fire, and then merged into Emily's body. Then, green flames ignited all over her body, and turned into a set of wolf-shaped weapons outside her body. The face of the Sage of the Void changed drastically. He recognized the source of the green flames at a glance. It was a kind of extremely vicious mutated nightmare in the cracks of dreams. It not only devours people's nightmares, but also devours the souls of sleepers through dreams. Impossible. This extremely dangerous mutated nightmare has been hunted down by everyone. How could you get it? Emily's hand gently brushed the crowbar, and the green flame attached to it. I have a sister, and her little bear happens to be the king of this soul-devouring nightmare. This nightmare is indeed extinct, but my lovely sister helped me cultivate one. By the way, she is also a witch. Whoosh. Emily suddenly accelerated and came in front of the Sage of the Void, and the crowbar in her hand suddenly smashed down. The Sage of the Void quickly twisted the space to make the stick miss, but the crowbar hit somewhere else, and the soul-devouring azure flame ignored the change in space and hit the Sage of the Void. The Sage of the Void screamed immediately, and the scorching flames burned his sinful soul, making a sizzling sound. He was in so much pain that he twitched all over and had to use the power of corruption to separate the location of the burning fire, but this also caused his soul to be greatly damaged. After just one fight, the Sage of the Void realized that he was no match for Emily in this state. Run. Run away quickly. As long as I run away and find a place to hide, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. He could also see that Emily's state required preliminary preparation. As long as I could escape, I could find an opportunity to sneak attack the other party with my space magic, and I would be very sure to kill the other party. Even if I didn't provoke this woman with the power of space magic, as long as I wanted to run, the other party would definitely not be able to stop me. It doesn't matter if I can't win, there's no need to risk my life. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but a powerful mental force instantly locked him. He had no doubt that if he dared to use the power of space to escape, he might die in the next moment. Who was that person? Could it be the legendary Holy Sin? Seeing Emily coming to kill him again, the Sage of the Void finally overcame the fear of the unknown. He tore the space apart, trying to escape from the battlefield. Final brilliance, ink dye. The next moment, the crack in the space was sealed by a trace of ink, and no matter how the Sage of the Void urged it, it could not cross it. Bang! Emily rushed forward and hit the Sage of the Void in the back with a stick. The soul-devouring azure flame immediately devoured a large part of his soul, forcing him to cut off his tail again to survive. After 2 heavy blows, the Sage of the Void was already at the end of his strength. His realm also fell back to the legendary level from the demigod level at the beginning. And the power of space, which he was most proud of, seemed to be usable only in this small area. There was a person in the sky, always paying attention to his movements. Any attempt to escape from here would be cracked by the other party with incomprehensible means. On top of the Holy Raven, Jenny looked at the ink pen in Wright's hand with horror. Hey, this, how did you do this? Wasn't it a sword just now? Holy weapon, isn't it magical? No. Why can it block space transmission? I clearly didn't feel the fluctuation of the power of space just now. Wright spread his hands. It's covered. Covered? Wright laughed. This Sage of the Void is not a person with great ability at all, but a lucky guy who took shortcuts. He just happened to resonate with the laws of space because of the mutation of his soul, and then found the ability to use the power of space. But it's not your own thing. No matter how skillfully you use it, it's not yours. You only need to add a little interference between him and the laws of space, and their fragile resonance relationship will be broken. For you, it's difficult. But for the strong above the rule level, it's very simple. Taking shortcuts, that's it. If he really masters the power of space, he can't escape, and the power of space is not a great power. He can still be killed, but it just takes a little more effort. Oh, it seems that the winner is decided below. Before she finished speaking, Emily had already used the crowbar as a sword and pierced through the body of the Sage of the Void in the battlefield below. Under the continuous burning of the soul-devouring azure flame, he no longer had much strength to use the power of space, and the second half was basically a beating. Now, the flames gradually burned his soul, and the Sage of the Void held the decaying divine staff, his eyes full of unwillingness. He had just been resurrected, and had not yet shown his strength, and had not yet been able to fully exert the effect of the divine staff, and he was about to be reduced to ashes. No, I'm not reconciled. I will never accept it. The Sage of the Void grabbed Emily's arm, his eyes reflecting madness. Want me to die? Don't even think about living. Last time I pulled 4 legends to bury me. This time I pulled a Sky Warrior. That's enough. Ha 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 ha. Crack. A cold air fell from the sky and instantly froze the Sage of the Void. Wright, holding a dark blue spear in his hand, descended from the sky with Jenny. I say, have you forgotten my existence? Wright carried the spear on his shoulder. Emily, kill him. Yes. Emily raised the crowbar. Countless element gathered in it, and the outer layer was wrapped in a layer of burning soul-devouring blue flames. Go to hell. Tower of Truth. She smashed down with an angry stick, and the elemental torrent and soul-devouring blue flames immediately swallowed up the frozen Sage of the Void, and dissipated in an instant. The last of the 3 great sages of the Tower of Truth, along with the truth workshop he created, was completely declared to be destroyed. Emily also exhausted all her energy and directly released the hyperlink form, and fell limply into Jenna's arms. Thank you for your hard work. You succeeded, and the witch's revenge is complete. Emily had no strength left, and could only grin. Just now, she felt refreshed, after smashing out with a stick. She was very grateful that Wright gave her the crowbar as a holy weapon. This thing is really more refreshing than a knife or a sword. Wright reached out, and took the corrupted staff in his hand. What a pity. I also wanted to use it to make something like the Holy Principle Ring or the Holy Wisdom Cloud Library. Forget it, let it be reduced to ashes. I defeated a legendary enemy and unexpectedly got an all-level artifact. Emily, you fully demonstrated what it means to be a fool with luck. Can't you praise me? Wright laughed and patted Emily on the head. Well done, Emily, I'm proud of you. Emily's face was filled with a happy smile, and she fell into Jenna's arms and fell asleep. Wright felt a little distressed when he saw Emily sleeping. He grabbed the shoulders of the two women and flashed back to the base of the ground elf army and found the Unicorn Knights. Line up, guard formation. With Wright's order, the Unicorn Knights formed a circle to block the outside. After Wright set up the magic circle, he took out his recliner and put Emily on it. Let her rest for a while, she must be exhausted. At this moment, Jonah's voice rang in Wright's ears. Right. Yeah, I'm here. Look at the sky. The sun has changed. Wright frowned at this time. Then he was relieved. It was indeed time. At this time, the last resistance force of the First Empire was completely wiped out. And in the imperial capital of the empire, all the princes and nobles had been slaughtered. The royal city had also been taken, and the elves had won the final victory. In other words, the prophecy left by the Elf King that year was fulfilled, allowing the elves to revive and become great again. And at this time, it should be the time for the crown of the King of the Fiery Sun to appear. Wright glanced at the scepter in his hand and grinned. This is really a double blessing. Not only did he just get a magic weapon from a monster, but now he can get another magic weapon as a reward for the mission. If that money grubber Rafa knew about this, wouldn't she be so jealous that she would cry? Unfortunately, neither of these two magic weapons can be given to her. The crown of the Fiery Sun King is a treasure of the god of life. Although the twin goddesses of life are the daughters of the Fiery Sun King, it is hard to say whether the other party will come to make trouble in this situation. Although the Holy Light Court is not afraid of the other party, it will indeed give people a chance to criticize if the crown is given to Afa instead of the twin goddesses of life. As for the Scepter of Corruption, although it is a standard magic weapon, its attributes are really not matched. The best way is to take this thing out and exchange it for a suitable one. But Wright has no such plan. Their real enemy is the Gate of Truth, and Lady Corruption is plotting to invade this world. It's not easy to get a sample of the enemy's ability. The next step is of course, to find a way to study it more so as to find out the details of the enemy. Please tell me the value of such an important thing. Of course it can't be exchanged. In the end, Afra could only watch helplessly. You guys stay here to guard her. I'll be back soon. Wright soared into the sky and kept approaching the sun. As he got closer, he could feel more and more that the sun seemed to be brewing something. This world was very different from his previous life. It was a true mythical creation structure. There was an end of the world here, and there were also world barriers. The sun and the moon were not celestial bodies, but real things. When Wright came close enough to the sun, a ball of scorching fire separated from the sun and floated in front of him. As if sensing Wright's breath, the flames on the outer edge of the fireball gradually extinguished and finally turned into a simple golden crown with several rubies inlaid on it. Is this the crown of the Flame King? Wright reached out and touched it and found that it was not as hot as he imagined, and it did not reject his feeling. He reached out and took it off and looked at it in front of his eyes. A top level rule level artifact. What a great thing. After being placed in the sun for so many years, it has not lost its power because of losing its owner, but has become even more refined. King Liang, you know how to hide things. Wright was very happy with this artifact. When the two sisters Nala and Noya ascend to the throne of the goddess of life, their control over the elves will be even better. The most important thing is that this artifact contains the necessary information to upgrade the Tree of Life. As long as the upgrade is completed, the Tree of Life can be freed from the crisis of flowering. Otherwise, when the flowering period of the Tree of Life ends, it will turn from prosperity to decline, and turn from the power of life to the power of death. Then, dragging the entire holy light world into the underworld. That would be great fun. Wright said, fortunately, I made it. I believe the flowering period of the Tree of Life should not be over yet. He controlled his body to fall from the sky and at the same time reported to Jonah through the holy prayer technique. Hey, Jonah, I have successfully obtained the crown of the King of Blaze. Tell the two sisters Nalanoi that the succession ceremony should be arranged as soon as possible. I will wait for them at the ancient tree of life of the elves. Let's try to finish the work as soon as possible and solve the unstable factor of the ancient tree of life. Yes, okay, I will go to them to promote this matter. Back on the ground, Wright was in a good mood. When people are happy, they are in high spirits and everything looks good. He put away the crown of the King of Blaze and returned to the camp of the Unicorn Knights. Jenny saw his face full of joy and couldn't help but ask curiously, what good thing happened? It's hard to explain it in a few words. Anyway, I have worked hard for so long, and finally I can give myself a vacation. Wright really thought so. From the beginning of the crisis in the Holy City to now, he has been taking one step at a time and solving one big crisis after another. Now, the three great sages are all gone. The First Empire has collapsed, the Tower of Truth is finished, and the Dragon Island has been destroyed. Whether it is the elves or the sea people, they are now under his control. It seems that the weeds in my small yard have been basically cleared. It's not easy. Seeing this, Jenny took out a booklet and handed it over. I don't really want to disturb you when you are happy, but I found this thing when I looted the Truth Workshop base. It seems to be related to that corrupt evil god. Do you want to take a look? Chapter 334 Corruption Blue Moon, Subscription Request. Light looked at the booklet handed over by Jenny, and he was unwilling in his heart. He had a hunch that this booklet was full of troubles. But some things are like this, and you can't escape. Although the weeds in the yard have been pulled out, there is still a corrupted lady outside the yard, staring at her, thinking of setting her small yard on fire. That's true, I have to take a look. Light let out a meaningless wail, and snatched the booklet from Jenny's hand. He kept flipping through it, with disdain on his face. It does record some things about the corrupted lady, but the information is very distorted. There is no way. Whether it is the Tower of Truth or the Truth Workshop, they are actually wild organizations that have nothing to do with the Gate of Truth. They don't belong to the Gate of Truth at all. Although they are very fanatical, they have no organization. As for the apostle level boss like the corrupted lady, they have never heard of it. That is, after the death of the Sage of the Void, he failed to enter the Sea of Hell and was stranded on the beach of Hell. By chance, he met the real staff of the Gate of Truth and was barely able to connect with them. In order to revive himself, the Sage of the Void deceived the people of the Truth Workshop. He made them work hard for him, set up camps in various cities of the First Empire and develop quietly, and finally achieve the goal of placing the eggs of corruption in the Holy Light Cathedral in each city. But if the Sage of the Void wants to revive, it seems that he still needs the lives of these members of the Truth Workshop as sacrifices. Because, in order to prevent these magicians from noticing, the Sage of the Void processed, concealed and fine-tuned the information when conveying it to the Truth Workshop. As a result, the doctrines and records in it have been completely distorted and lost their reference value. If you prepare according to the description of the corrupted lady in the booklet, there will probably be big problems. However, when Wright turned to the next few pages, his face gradually became ugly. The collapse of the empire is what they long to see. Wright quickly turned to the next page, and the content on it made his eyes widen. According to the record in the booklet of the Truth Workshop, in order to resurrect the Sage of the Void as a corrupt follower, an external condition must be met. That is, the empire enters a state of blurring between life and death. In other words, it is a situation where it is ambiguous whether the empire has perished or not. This is a necessary condition for attracting the power of corruption. Because corruption itself only appears when life and death are blurred. It shouldn't be like this. Corruption should be a form after death. Why is it a form when life and death are blurred? How can we talk about corruption if we are not dead yet? Hearing Wright talking to himself, Jenny came up. Then I'm afraid your understanding of decay is not comprehensive. Many things have already begun to decay before they die. The most common ones are some wounds that have not been treated in time, or old trees that are half dead. I think decay is a state of life and death mixed and rotten. Because things that are completely dead will not decay, right? Absolute life and absolute death will not decay. When life is not completely dead and life is not completely dissipated, decay will appear. Jenny's words exploded in Wright's ears like thunder. His face turned extremely ugly, and he reached out and grabbed the artifact, the corruption wand, and began to use his mental power to frantically explore the original power of this god. After a while, he stopped with a grey face. Damn it, you are right, that's it. At first, my understanding of decay was wrong. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wright suddenly realized something. He picked up the pager on his waist and started calling frantically. Elf Empire, please reply. This is the Elf Empire. I'm Wright. Hurry up and get Lilith here. I have something urgent to talk to her about. Lord Wright, I'm Princess Rasatina. Lady Lilith is not in the war room. She went to the Leaf of Life library. Wright hung up the call and looked back at Jenny. You, what's wrong with you? What's written in the booklet that made you react so strongly? That Cecilius has a problem. I have to rush back as soon as possible. Please help me take care of Emily. If she wakes up, don't go to the Elf Kingdom for the time being. There may be something terrible happening there. After Wright finished giving instructions, he immediately soared into the air and then turned into an arc of light, shooting towards the Elf Empire. However, the distance was too far. From the country of the First Empire to the country of the Elf Empire, there are natural barriers, grasslands, dense forests and mountains. Even if Wright flew at full speed, it would take a lot of time. I hope I can catch up. I hope Lilith can stop Cecilius. No, no, no. If she tries to stop him, things will get worse. Wright was so fast that he could see the capital of the Elf Empire from afar. Just as he was about to speed up again, a strong force of corruption suddenly rose into the sky, dyeing the sky blue and purple. TSK, are we still a step late? Under the influence of this force, the sky darkened rapidly, the sun disappeared, and a blue moon replaced it. When this blue corrupt moon appeared, everything around it began to change and decay, and began to expand outward continuously. At this critical moment, a stronger black color rose into the sky, filling the sky with full of malice, and abruptly stopped the light of the blue moon, controlling the crisis to the minimum range. Wright breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Lilith has recovered her strength. Fortunately, I made a backup and let her stay to guard against the opponent. However, above the sky, the blue-black power seemed to be eroding the malicious black. Wright frowned slightly, as expected of an apostle who got power from the indescribable. She can actually use corruption to erode Lilith's malice. If she is given enough time, she may really break through her defense. What a pity, what a pity. I won't give you this time and opportunity. Madam Corruption, Wright? Since you are here, don't leave. My yard is short of fertilizer, so I just use you as fertilizer for the flowers. Let you scum understand that this yard with an owner is not something that anyone can enter. Wright's body was surging with light, and he jumped into the dark barrier with one leap and rushed towards the capital of the Elf Kingdom under the light of the blue moon. At the same time, on the central island of the Elf's Holy Lake, the barrier and illusion outside the ancient Tree of Life collapsed. The entire Tree of Life was covered with pale white flowers, which then began to fall like snowflakes. Its flowering period was about to end. Chapter 335 They murdered the moon. During the time when Wright led the elves to attack the capital of the First Empire, Lilith stayed in the capital of the Elf Empire. She seemed to be doing nothing, but in fact she had been monitoring the librarian of the Leaf of Life Sicily. Lilith knew her position very well. She was the guarantee placed by Wright in the Elf Empire. Only with her as the guarantee in the rear, Wright could take Emily to complete what he wanted to do with confidence. And her task was also very simple, that is, to ensure that the Tree of Life would not be alienated, and to ensure the stability of the rear. But just when the war on the front line was in full swing, the half-dragon and half-elf who seemed to be honest all the time finally took action. Sicily, who was afraid of contact with other elves, rushed all the way to the entrance of the Emerald Dream. After leaving the gate of the Leaf of Life, Lilith hid her figure and followed her to the entrance of the dream. This woman is indeed problematic. It seems that Wright's prediction is correct. She sneered and showed her figure at the entrance of the dream. Miss Cecilius, where are you going? Who? Cecilius was startled when she heard a voice behind her. She looked back, and her face changed drastically. Although she quickly covered it up, it still didn't escape Lilith's eyes. Why, you don't like going out, but you want to go out occasionally. Ah, yes, I just go out for a walk. Cecilius laughed awkwardly. After all, everyone has gone to the front line, and there are very few elves here. I'm also taking this rare opportunity to go out for a walk. Lilith obviously didn't have much patience. Enough, Cecilius. I'm not here to play house with you. Do you want to hand over the things now, or do you want me to subdue you first, and then take them from you? Cecilius retreated again and again after hearing this, looking at Lilith in amazement. Although the Saint rank is a very powerful individual combat force under normal circumstances, but in front of the malicious Lilith, it is really nothing. She can easily control the other party. Lilith was already a conceptual level expert at this time, so it was easy for her to wipe out Cecilius. However, the next moment, her face changed. You. What did you do? Although Cecilius was still standing here, in Lilith's eyes, she had actually begun to die. Or rather, a part of her began to die. The other part, however, was not affected at all. As you can see, just now, I killed the part of me that was the dragon, and used part of the power extracted from the dragon slayer's whale. Cecilius spread out her hands, and as part of her died, her boundaries began to blur, and her body began to twist. Lilith stretched out her hand and grabbed her, and endless malice gathered around her, instantly crushing her into ashes. However, Cecilius's existence did not dissipate. After falling into the vague state between life and death, she no longer had the difference between being alive and dead. Then, a rotten smell began to flow out from the place where she disappeared, just like a crack in a wooden barrel filled with swill, and dirty and smelly sewage began to leak out. HMPH. Lilith saw this, and endless black mud like asphalt gushed out from under her feet, rushing towards the surging corrupt pus. The two sides began to influence and oppress each other at the first moment of the collision. The evil black mud continued to devour the corrupt pus, and the corrupt pus was also eroding the evil black mud. Neither side could do anything to the other, as if they had entered a state of balance. Lilith was very surprised. Her conceptual power had transformed and evolved twice, and even devoured and absorbed part of the Blasphemer's power. Unexpectedly, the other party could actually block her attack. Madam Corruption, the seventh apostle, is really something. Lilith stood there with her hands behind her back, but with just a holy level dedication. How much strength can you bring down? You are at the end of your strength. Die. The evil thoughts surged again, successfully forcing the enemy back to the smelly sewage. Fortunately, Wright arranged for me to stay here to guard against this. Lilith was very proud. I wanted to wait until Wright came back to deal with you, but it seems that he doesn't need to come back at all. I can kill you by myself. I didn't expect that there is another strong person at the conceptual level in this world. A soft female voice came from the crack, and then the power of corruption surged, and it actually suppressed the power of evil thoughts. It's a pity that, if you only rely on the conceptual level of combat power, you can't compete with me. Lilith snorted coldly. Apostle, is it great? It's just borrowing an indescribable power. What's so arrogant? Although she said so, there is no restraint or correspondence between corruption and evil thoughts. The confrontation between the two sides has become a simple wrestling at the conceptual level. However, in this situation of competing in hard power, Lilith was suppressed by the opponent. Damn it. Lilith gritted her teeth. She was very confident in her own strength, but she didn't expect to be suppressed by the opponent now. Apostles, are they really more powerful than ordinary conceptual levels? However, the next moment, after suppressing the Lady of Corruption, she still had some power left, and rushed directly to the Emerald Dream. Lilith felt bad when she saw this, and hurriedly called out in her heart, Pinocchio, hurry up and close the passage from the Emerald Dream to the Fairytale subspace. I know, I have already closed it. Obviously, from the moment the breath of the Lady of Corruption began to appear, the Devil of Lies keenly sensed the presence of Du Zuanang. Despite the long distance, Pinocchio still instinctively felt the crisis and immediately closed the Fairytale subspace. Fortunately, because of his emergency avoidance, this corrupt power did not infect the Fairytale subspace. But unfortunately, the Emerald Dream, which had been passed down for who knows how many years in the elves, began to turn into a dirty and corrupt nightmare under the influence of the corrupt power. Don't even think about it. Lilith was furious when she saw that the other party had the leisure to plan despite her obstruction. As soon as she opened her mouth, a blasphemer's power gushed out and rushed directly into the crack. The corrupted lady immediately uttered a whine, and the corrupt power circulating around her also subsided a lot. Do you know how powerful it is? Profanation is indeed a tricky conceptual power. However, you seem to have forgotten one thing. This is a fragile world. With a click, the barrier of the world cracked under the impact of 3 conceptual forces. The gap just now became a huge breach, and the corrupt power surged out like a dam bursting. The corrupted lady's voice was full of gloating. You can continue to use your power to compete with me, but I don't know if this world can still hold on. Lilith gritted her teeth. She never thought that as a demon, she would be threatened by the other party. This is really not like her style. Sure enough, when there is a bond and something to care about, it will become weak. Whether it is a human or a demon. Why do you resist the truth? As the corrupted lady muttered to herself, the emerald dream was completely polluted. Then several sacrificial magic circles lit up, wrapping up the entire dream. Lilith wanted to stop it, but she was suppressed by the opponent's power. She didn't dare to increase her power, for fear that the space barrier around her would collapse further. With a buzzing sound, the emerald dream shrank into a ball, wrapped in the power of corruption, and soaring into the sky. The sky quickly darkened, and the moon appeared. And the target of the corrupted dream was obviously it. Do you know? Mrs. Corruption suddenly spoke again. A long time ago, there were 2 god kings in the life god system. One was the sun and the other was the moon. They were both the source of life. But people only knew to thank the sun, praise the sun, and worship the sun. Gradually, the moon was forgotten. But after losing the moon, life began to lose balance and disasters began to occur. This was originally the fault of those guys. But not only did they not reflect on their own mistakes, but they blamed it all on the moon's negligence. These crazy guys united and did something even crazier. Mrs. Corruption's voice became distorted and shrill, like a harsh cry. Those gods. They murdered the moon. Lilith's eyes widened, staring at the broken world barrier. In the sky, the emerald dream had returned to the moon and dyed it blue-black. The whole world was shrouded in the light of the power of corruption. Those criminals put the disaster into the body of the moon and threw it far away. They continued to live their lives as if nothing had happened. A figure walked out of the crack. She was covered in bright moonlight and wore a dignified moon crown. Her smile was so kind and gentle, but her eyes were full of madness. She was the Lady of the Moon and the Lady of Corruption. She was another god king betrayed by the gods of the life pantheon, and she was also a vengeful spirit born from her own corpse and death. She was life, death, and neither. She was corruption. Lilith looked at Lady Corruption and suddenly sneered. I heard from Wright before that the crazy people in the life god system killed the king of the fiery sun. I didn't quite believe it at the time. After all, which god system would be stupid enough to kill its own god king? It seems that I was wrong. There really is one. Moreover, this is not the first time they have done it. However, it seems that the king of the fiery sun is not as lucky as you. After the experience of murdering the moon, when hunting the sun, he was more ruthless and determined, and did not give him a chance to revive. Lady Corruption opened her hands and showed her divine body. Do you think I'm resurrected? You have become a conceptual level. As far as I know, the 2 god kings of the life god system back then were not at the conceptual level. Thank the truth. After saying this, Lady Corruption pointed to the sky. The blue-black moon exuded rich moonlight, and everything that was illuminated began to be corrupted and distorted. This won't do. Lilith clapped her hands and her body turned into nothingness. Then a huge barrier opened, blocking the power of Madam Corruption in a large area. Useless struggle. Although you and I are both at the conceptual level, your power is even stronger. But unfortunately, you can't fight with all your strength. Not to mention the gift I used for the Gate of Truth. Delaying time and wasting your own conceptual power will only make you lose more miserably. Lilith's laughter came from all directions. Ha 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 ha. There is no win or loss between you and me, because your opponent was not me from the beginning. My task is to prevent the situation from developing to an irreversible point, and to minimize the losses as much as possible if allowed. To be honest, I'm not interested in the trivial matters of your life system. But since you dare to get involved in this world, what awaits you is only ash and smoke. Oh, he is here. And you, Madam Corruption, Lady Moon. Welcome your final end. But before Lilith finished speaking, the moon in the sky suddenly lost its light. A figure passed through the malicious enchantment and came to this blocked area. Lilith, are you okay? I'm fine, but I couldn't stop Sicilius. A ball of malicious power fell in front of Wright. He reached into it and soon understood the cause and effect. So that's it. The power of slaying dragons can be used in this way. It seems that she has actually studied how to achieve absolute judgment on dragons. What a good talent. I didn't expect that she would end up in such a desperate situation. It seems that she was originally from the Tower of Truth. That's right, she likes to study and has an abnormal worship and desire to explore the principles of all things. The Tower of Truth likes such talents. It's a bit of a waste to use her as bait. It would be great if we could wipe out her consciousness and merge it into the Holy Wisdom Cloud Library. Wright slowly walked towards Madam Corruption, reached out and took out a scroll and crushed it gently. In an instant, the air of death spread. The Grim Reaper carrying a huge sickle appeared in front of Wright and turned to look at Madam Corruption, who could only stand aside. You are still cooperating with the God of Death. It's useless. If they could catch me, they would have caught me long ago. The corrupted lady was full of confidence. She was able to pull several worlds into the underworld sea in succession, and she is still at large. Naturally, she has the means to avoid being locked by the underworld's will. In fact, this is also the reason why the God of Death cooperated with Light. They hope that Light can take action against this corrupted lady. It is not necessary to kill her, but just let her reveal a flaw that is enough to be locked by the underworld's will. However, how can Light do what they want? I called the God of Death here just to ask them to help identify it. Light pointed at the corrupted lady. Is this the one you said last time? The God of Death did not speak, but nodded gently. Then the next moment, Light waved his hand and dispelled the aura of death and the God of Death. That's good. Then I will kill her. Chapter 336. This is a trap. This is indeed a trap. Wright hopes that the world will be fine, but there are always people who want to take advantage of it. He is not a good-tempered person, not to mention being harassed again and again. So, from the beginning, Wright did not intend to answer according to the questioner's intention. He was ready to kill the questioner. If possible, he would wipe out the entire question-setting organization. He attacks, I defend. If I defend, everything will be fine. If I can't defend, the world will be destroyed. So he can win without losing, right? If he fails, he will pat his butt and turn around and walk away, as if nothing happened. Wishful thinking. Since you dare to come, you have to put your life on the gambling table. In order to lure him into the trap, Wright went through such a big circle, and even let the other party make his move to a certain extent. The purpose is to play a long game to catch big fish and solve the problem fundamentally at one time. And now, he saw Mrs. Corruption, the initiator of this matter. The seventh apostle, the lackey of the Gate of Truth. Wright's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You have offended someone you can't afford to offend, you know? Mrs. Corruption was like she was facing a great enemy at this moment. She could feel that the man in front of her was completely different from the demon just now. He was very dangerous. The holy evil with special combat power in the holy light world had been chasing the dragon clan all the way some time ago and almost killed the dragon god emperor Red of Rage. If it weren't for the meme level, one of the 3 strongest combat powers of the dragon clan, who intervened, I'm afraid the power of the dragon clan would have been reshuffled. Although according to rumors, this man did not fight against the meme level master of the dragon clan, but he almost killed the dragon god emperor and escaped unscathed in front of the meme level, which already showed that the other party was extraordinary. But soon, Mrs. Corruption regained her composure. What if he is strong? She has the greatest indescribable strong man in the world, the high level power given by the Gate of Truth, to deal with the man in front of her. What's more, he must be like the demon just now, because he doesn't want to destroy this world, so he can't exert his full strength. Can win. I can win. But the next moment, one of her arms was cut off. Wright reached out to catch it, and put it in front of him to examine it. The power of corruption and the scepter of corruption seem to be no different, except that one is at the concept level and the other is at the law level. But the power is of the same lineage. It seems that you didn't make any achievements at the rule level. Humph, if you don't expand your abilities well at the rule level, it will be too late to regret when you reach the concept level. But it's true, tens of thousands of rule levels may not give birth to a concept level, so why bother too much? Madam Corruption covered her broken arm and looked at Wright in horror. You. What happened to you? How did you do it just now? Wright shook his arm. You are very smart, and you know how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and play a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. You transferred me to the country of the First Empire to play with the Sage of the Void who was fooled by you. It's a pity that you forgot one thing. Information and intelligence are the top priorities in the war between concept levels. Wright raised his hand and slashed with the sword again. Madam Corruption grabbed the pus and blood from the break in her arm and scattered it towards the incoming holy sword. The sword must have been responsible for his ability to injure himself. If his weapon could be corroded, he wouldn't be so scary. Crack. However, what Mrs. Corruption didn't expect was that Wright didn't have any intention of stopping his sword. The sword first split the blood of God in her palm and then cut off her entire palm. Mrs. Corruption wailed and flew backwards. These two swords, seemingly plain and simple, left Mrs. Corruption with unimaginable trauma. Her body recovered well, but her soul was cracked, and even her divine foundation was shaken. Looking at Wright who was coming with a sword, her eyes were full of fear. People are afraid of things they cannot understand, and so are gods. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to destroy this world and teach us a lesson? I quite admire your rebellious look just now. Can you recover a little? Impossible. Impossible. Your concept is light. It is emergence. I know. Your concept does not restrain me. I know. You. How can you hurt me? The conceptual power you use is much less than mine. How can you hurt me? Looking at the hysterical Mrs. Corruption, Wright sneered. You've investigated quite a lot. Do you know that my concept of emergence actually has a use? That is to temporarily upgrade other laws and rules to conceptual level power. The last person who was beaten up because of this ability was the former devil of lies, now the lord of fairy tales, Pinocchio. I think he still remembers how miserable he was when he was beaten up by the rule level power of law. That's right. What worked when I hit you just now was not the power of emergence, and of course it was not the power of law, but healing. Wright held the Sunlight Great sword upright in front of him and gently wiped the blade. Are you guys too stupid to only investigate me? Even if you are investigating me alone, you should know. I'm a paladin. I'm a paladin. Why does everyone start to ignore this issue? I will pray to the holy light, and God will give me the power of holy light. Among them, there are effects that help patients heal. For example, holy healing modified, holy healing magic modified, heavenly guardian, etc. Fuhui was a little dumbfounded. She did investigate a lot of information about Wright, but she forgot to investigate his relevant information as a paladin. In their view, the paladin is just a disguise for this man. He is already a conceptual level strongman, and so powerful. What necessary help can the so-called paladin provide him? But now it is obvious that it helps a lot. Holy light, isn't it amazing? It can not only heal external and internal injuries, but even common diseases, and it can also bring back the dead. Moreover, it is a legal resurrection. Unlike your corrupt power, the resurrection of the dead by the holy light has been recognized by the god of death, and it does not affect the selection of the will of the underworld. Comparing the two, I don't know how much higher the holy light is, Wright said as he walked towards the enemy. Just corruption, it can be expelled with holy light. Then, a holy light saw dark passed by, scaring the opponent to flee one after another. Haha, fake. I didn't use much emerging power in that sword just now, so the holy light is not a conceptual attack. What are you hiding? Mrs. Corruption widened her eyes and looked at Wright angrily. She felt humiliated, extremely humiliated. She was actually played like a cat and a mouse by the other party, playing with her in the palm of her hand. She gathered the power of corruption, turned it into a crescent scepter, and attacked Wright. Wright slashed out 5 holy light sword arcs with his backhand, directly blocking the opponent's evasive route. Madam Corruption held her breath and concentrated her mind, hoping to determine that some of the 5 holy light sword arcs were enhanced to the conceptual level by the power of emergence. Only this one is real. Madam Corruption seemed to have seen the difference between the real and the fake, and then dodged it happily and rushed towards Wright with 4 phantoms. Puff puff puff. Madam Corruption was slashed hard by 4 holy light flying slashes with healing effects and flew backwards with dirty blood spurting out of her mouth. Wright laughed when he saw this scene. Idiot, you believe whatever I say. In fact, all 5 are genuine, and my stock of emerging power is full, so I don't need to use it carefully. Wright looked at the embarrassed Madam Corruption and felt very comfortable. Holy light, for corruption, can't be considered a professional counterpart, but it can be considered very restrained. In addition to holy light, life element are also a means of healing, but the concept of life will not suppress corruption in any way. On the contrary, corruption is even a threat to life. But holy light is different, or the healing effect contained in it is different from that of life element in principle. Life element are based on the vitality of all things, and it is more like an external reward mechanism. The purpose is achieved by injecting excessive amounts of life element into the body. Therefore, corruption, which feeds on life force, will even crave the advent of life magic. This is like adding fuel to the fire. But holy light is different. It is more like a panacea. It cannot increase the vitality in the human body, but it can have many magical effects. This situation cannot be explained by principle, because light can heal injuries, or even cure diseases, and there is no theoretical support for this. Therefore, in Wright's view, this is a very arrogant and unreasonable healing ability. This is also one of the reasons why he invented the holy healing technique. He wanted to figure out the principle, and found that it was very magical and sacred, but it just didn't make sense. But because of this, corruption has no way to start. This is easy to understand. Since Lady Corruption was Lady Moon before, corruption should be the product of the distortion of her original life force. So, from the beginning, you have already lost. Wright's eyes were full of coldness. You can even say that you are running into the muzzle of a gun. This world is called the Holy Light World, the Divine Court is called the Holy Light Divine Court, and the main responsible persons are Aphra and Jonah, the twin goddesses of Holy Light. You are a concept god at the level of oral ulcers, so don't come out and embarrass yourself. Mouth ulcer? When Lady Corruption heard Wright use this word to describe her concept, her eyebrows stood up in anger. I want to let you know the price of such arrogance. Seeing that she was no match for Wright, Lady Corruption turned around and flew away. Want to run? You are so beautiful. Wright immediately raised the sin light and turned into a stream of light to chase after him. Right, I have isolated this area from the outside world. We must not let this corrupt lady go, do you understand? Lilith's voice echoed in his ears, and Wright burst into laughter. Don't worry, how could I let her go? Watch out, she's going to the Tree of Life. I know, don't worry, it's okay, I've already thought of a solution to the problem of the Tree of Life. Really? Of course, and I've also thought of how to fight back. Wright slowly followed the corrupt lady's outstretched hand, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. We can't just let this matter go. Is this the end of just a mere lady of corruption? No way. Wright clenched his fists and said murderously, I will make the Hades Beach, the life god system, and that gate of truth, all pay the price for me. It happens that this world has become very fragile and barren because of the previous overgrazing by the gods. So I plan to get some big pigs, horses, cattle and sheep to replenish this world. The best thing is to eliminate all the hidden dangers. This world is just like people. Those who are strong and healthy rarely get sick, while others are always bound to suffer from major and minor illnesses. This time Wright stopped on the island in the middle of the lake and watched Lady of Corruption come to the ancient Tree of Life. I want to improve the current world from a sub-healthy state to a healthy state. Such a healthy world will save me a lot of effort. So, in your eyes, this corrupted lady is just a fertilizer to nourish the world. She is just the beginning. Wright came forward with the Sin Light Holy Sword, pointing at the corrupted lady under the Tree of Life. I say, you are at least a conceptual level strongman. Why do you run away when you can't win? Isn't it a bit late to ask the tree of life to bless you now? Or was it you who instructed that idiot Sicilius to put the magic circle on the ancient tree of life? The magic circle has been moved, and Wright is really not afraid of her doing anything. Today, she must die here. Perhaps, becoming the transformation material of the tree of life is also a good choice. You don't know what the flowering of the tree of life means. I will drag all of you into the sea of the underworld. The corrupted lady was almost forced into a dead end at this moment. Her corrupting ability was sealed in this area by Lilith, who was also at the conceptual level. The man in front of her took away all the moonlight as soon as he arrived, and her plan to corrupt the whole world was instantly thwarted. The following few slashes were even more fatal. How crazy is it to be able to raise rules and even laws to the conceptual level? Emergence, how can there be such a terrible power? Madam Corruption knew that, if she continued like this, she might really be purified and healed by the holy light. She must activate her last trump card. Madam Corruption stretched out her hand and pressed on the tree of life, and her power quickly engulfed the entire ancient tree. Right, is it really okay to let her do this? The ancient tree of life is gone. I have already obtained the crown of the King of the Fiery Sun and the design of the upgrade of the ancient tree of life. However, I don't like it very much, so I also made a small upgrade. Wright looked at the melting ancient tree of life and licked his tongue. Just wait and see. At this moment, Madam Corruption also laughed shrilly. Ha 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 ha, you stupid and arrogant guy. Go and regret your arrogance. The world will eventually fall into the underworld. Light snorted and laughed. No, because the sun will rise as usual. Chapter 337 The Emergence of Life and Death. Subscribe. The petals of the tree of life fell with the wind, and the life force rapidly declined and collapsed. At this juncture, Lady Corruption used her own power to turn the life force that should have been transformed into the power of death into the nutrient of corruption. The rules of life and death were broken, and the smell of corruption permeated the island in the center of the lake of life. The tree of life itself was entangled with the laws of life in the world, which was a defect of the first generation of the tree of life. Because of this, the death of the tree of life also meant the collapse of the laws of life in the entire world. Such a world would be captured by the underworld sea and sucked into it. Once this tragedy happened, the entire world would be crushed by the whirlpool of the underworld sea. Needless to say, the creatures inside, death became a major premise. The world would also become countless fragments, which would surge onto the underworld beach under the scouring of the ocean currents, and become part of billions of gravels. And the rich power of corruption would also be injected into the underworld sea. This was Lady Corruption's real purpose. Before this, she had sunk several worlds. With the huge power of corruption, she was swallowed by the underworld sea. That power that is neither life nor death. Even the nether sea will have difficulty digesting it. If it cannot be digested, then this power will eventually be rejected by the nether sea and eventually washed onto the nether beach. But the power of corruption contains not only the power of life, but also the power of death. So, it is like a piece of gummy candy, sticking to the nether sea. When the previous worlds fell into the nether sea, the power of corruption could not be discharged. This proves that Madam Corruption's method is feasible. If the foreign matter that cannot be discharged is too large, the operation of the entire nether sea will collapse. In order to prevent the nether sea from collapsing, the great will of the nether sea will choose to give in. In the end, corruption will be regarded as a part of the nether sea and coexist. If it comes to that step, Madam Corruption will get unprecedented power. Because death. It is the truth. And the gate of truth cannot get the power of death. This makes the power of the gate of truth not very complete. Although it is already indescribable, if you want to go further and become more powerful, you have to find a way to steal more truth. As for death, it was obviously done by Madam Corruption. Moreover, she did a good job until she came to this world. To be honest, the corrupt power accumulated in the underworld sea is already enough. If this world is added, it will reach the critical point of interfering with the cycle of life and death. It is only one step away from success. But now, Wright is standing in front of her. He is too strong. He is also at the conceptual level, and he is also blessed by the gate of truth, but he is not his opponent at all. Although on the surface it seems that the purification and healing of the holy light can restrain his own corruption, the core reason is that the opponent's concept, emergence, is so strong that it is unreasonable. Even without the holy light, Madam Corruption knows that she is definitely not his opponent. Fortunately, he was arrogant and conceited, and he actually completed this most important step. Hahaha, the world is falling into the underworld. The gate of truth will go one step further, and I will also receive more gifts. Light. No matter how strong you are only a concept. With your ability, you cannot compete with the unparalleled power of the ineffable. Light looked at her quietly, and finally raised his eyelids. Are you done laughing? If you are, it's my turn to operate. Mrs. Corruption looked down on her. At this point, what else can you do? If I were you, I would quickly save the people I care about in this world and quickly escape to another world. Light glanced at her, and took out the crown of the King of the Fiery Sun from his arms. It's not necessary at all, because tomorrow the sun will still rise as usual. Light was shocked, and the powerful force of emergence was immediately injected into the crown of the King of the Fiery Flame. It turned into a ball of scorching flames, then soared into the sky, tearing through the night sky of the corrupted moon's subordinates, and sank into the sun. The bright and scorching sun illuminated the world, and the strange blue moon suddenly lost its color. Okay, Lilith, you don't need to maintain it anymore. Huh, I'm so tired. When Lilith heard what Light said, she immediately regained her physical body, and the area of evil thoughts disappeared. Looking at the ancient tree of life that had turned into a pool of mud, Lilith looked at Light. Isn't it too late to upgrade to the ancient tree of life 2.0 you mentioned? I've said it before, I have a brand new idea. Let's skip 2.0 and enter the 3.0 stage. Light snapped his fingers. Lilith, help me contain that corrupt lady. I have something serious to do. Okay, I have to do the physical work again. Can Pinocchio be replaced next time? He has to guard the fairy tale subspace, which is the most important private property of the Holy Light world. We can't let people take advantage of the fire to rob. Light said, and walked to the wreckage of the ancient tree of life like a leisurely stroll. The towering trees had disappeared, replaced by smelly mud. If you look carefully, you can still find some wood texture. It's really good, with plenty of nutrients. He looked back at Lilith, and found that she had already started fighting with Lady Corruption. Because she had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wright, Lady Corruption was fighting with injuries, and was no match for Lilith, so she could only struggle to hold on. But she was not panicked at all. After all, the world was falling under the gravity of the Hade Sea, and the law of life had completely collapsed. The end of the world has come. Victory will eventually belong to me. And the next moment, she saw Wright spread his hands towards the mud. Madam Corruption, your understanding of corruption is too one-sided. Is corruption the only thing between life and death? Is it such a disgusting thing? You are wrong. Let me show you what kind of miracle can happen between life and death under the power of emergence. The power of emergence rushed out, and was injected into the rotten remains of the ancient tree of life through Wright's hand. The mud that had originally rotted into a pool began to gather under the power of emergence. Wright pointed his hand at the sun in the sky, and countless divine patterns fell from the sky, and were injected into the mud. They were the divine patterns left by the King of the Sun for the upgrade of the Tree of Life. Now, Wright directly quoted the whole paragraph. Death is not necessarily the end, and life is not the beginning. When life and death are mixed, miracles are born. With a buzzing sound, a group of unnamed matter grew wildly, and continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the ancient tree of life, and turned into a behemoth. At the same time, the law of life of the whole world was also restored and reinforced under the design of the King of the Sun. When Mrs. Corruption saw the new creation, she went crazy. This is actually a mushroom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Pay Your Debt With Yourself, Asking for Monthly Ticket. Mushroom. It turned out to be a huge mushroom. It was tall and strong, colorful, and sparkling in the sunlight. But why was it a mushroom? Not only did Mrs. Corruption not understand, even Lilith was a little confused about why Wright did this. So, why mushrooms? Wright laughed after hearing Lilith's question, because mushrooms are life that blooms in decay. And compared to plants, it is more tolerant of the meaning of life, and has stronger plasticity. And the most important point is, that we will become hunters. Lilith obviously didn't react. Hunting? Hunters? Who else are we going to hunt? That's a lot. Wright pointed to the sun in the sky. Now that we have the crown of the king of the sun, I guess the life god system will not give up. The ancient tree of life and the world tree are the foundation of the life god system. But the life mushroom I created can erode and devour the tree of life, and even the world tree. In the food chain, we are already above the life god system. If they dare to attack us, I can let all the ancient trees of life in all their pastoral worlds be devoured by the life mushroom. The 2.0 version of the King of the Sun is to upgrade the ancient tree of life, then fix the loopholes and gain control. Too troublesome. My 3.0 directly ate the old tree of life and replaced it. And because the system was completely changed, the gods in the life system had no possibility of taking it back. In other words, as long as I want, I can make the life system lose all sources of faith. If they don't want to, they have to pay me protection fees honestly. Lilith was silent for a long time after listening, and then gave a thumbs up. It has to be you. It's not over yet. Wright's eyes were cast on the corrupt lady in the sky. At this moment, she was completely dazed. Although she is now the 7th apostle of the Gate of Truth, she was also one of the 2 gods of the life system before. Her concept is corruption, but the divinity of life is her foundation. Witnessing such an unnatural thing, her divinity has been shaken. How is this possible? How is this possible? Have I really taken the wrong path? How can there be new life in decay? Am I wrong? Impossible. I'm the apostle of the Gate of Truth. My heart and my actions are all truth. No truth. There are a lot of fungi. With a flash, Wright had brought Lilith to the front of the corrupted lady and grabbed her neck. Wright's smiling face was full of murderous intent, and his eyes were full of contempt. You don't even understand your own concepts, and you come out to learn from others to make trouble? The former Lady of the Moon, the top rule god. Do you know? In fact, after I obtained the crown of the Sun King, I also obtained a lot of memories and information preserved by the Sun King. In his record, you were not murdered by the god system of life at all. The corrupted lady grabbed Wright's arm with both hands, trying to use the power of decay to erode the other's body. Unfortunately, at the same concept level, there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between her and Wright. You are talking nonsense. Because the moon is not as bright as the sun, its status in the pantheon is not as high and respected as the sun. Although you are also a god king, you have always been the one who is ignored. With the erosion of time, jealousy grows in your soul. And because you were bewitched by the Gate of Truth, you, Ms. Moon, went crazy. You began to kill in the pantheon, and the gods of your lineage also fell into madness under your influence. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, King Liang brought the gods of the life pantheon to kill the moon. Wright looked at Mrs. Corruption who was being strangled by his neck and smiled. This is the truth about the murder of the moon. As for later, King Liang did not record it. But looking at your appearance, I can probably guess it. After you were killed by the life pantheon, the Gate of Truth found you, took you in as an apostle, and gave you other concept origins, which helped you become a new concept level. It is indeed difficult for the indescribable to find a concept god to become his apostle. After all, very few concept gods would give up the possibility of further promotion for the sake of temporary power. But if a nearly perfect rule level god is catalyzed to the concept level, the other party will definitely be devoted to it. The Gate of Truth is really a good method. Mrs. Corruption looked dazed. She had been in a daze since she was killed and resurrected. For so many years, she had only one thought in her mind, that is, to seek revenge on the life god system. Unknowingly, she had done a lot for the Gate of Truth. But after listening to Wright's words just now, she seemed to recall a lot of things. The moon was crazy, and the sun killed her. The dead moon fell into endless darkness, but a door opened for her. From then on, the blue-black moon representing corruption was born. For the truth, she is willing to do anything. For the truth. For the truth. The confusion on Mrs. Corruption's face disappeared and was replaced by endless madness. Her breath continued to expand, as if she wanted to break free from Wright's grip. Do you think you still have a chance to win? Wright's voice was not loud. It seemed that he was talking to Mrs. Corruption, but it seemed that he was not talking to her. Why do you think I kept pinching your neck just now? Is it for fun? While speaking, Wright actually took the initiative to loosen his hand, and countless iffy emerged from the pinch marks on Mrs. Corruption's neck, and they wrapped her up in a twist. Mrs. Corruption was shocked. She kept launching the power of corruption, but this only made the hiffy thicker, denser, and stronger. Then, it's time for you to pay back. Wright smiled sinisterly. You have caused so much trouble to this world, and you have made me work so hard for so long. The labor fee must be settled, right? First, we have to peel off death. Snap. With a snap of Wright's fingers, a white mushroom grew on Mrs. Corruption's back. This mushroom grew in the wind, and in a blink of an eye it became the size of a wash basin. It was as white as a skeleton, and blood threads were faintly visible on it. Just one look at it makes you feel like a thorn in your back, or a fishbone stuck in your throat, as if looking directly at death makes you shudder. As the mushroom continues to grow and grow, the divinity of Mrs. Corruption is also being taken away. She lets out a shrill whine, and endures endless pain. However, Wright's eyes are extremely cold. It is this crazy woman in front of him who has sunk several worlds. The lives in them died instantly, and the world has become gravel on the beach of Hades. Compared with the sins she committed, this punishment is simply not worth mentioning. Finally, this white mushroom grew into a human form, turning into a noble lady with a white body, a princess dress, and a wide-brimmed hat. Very good. From now on you are the god of death in the Holy Light Court, Mrs. White Mushroom. Mrs. White Mushroom bowed, then held up her mushroom-like parasol, and floated towards the court of the gods. What did you do to me? Mrs. Corruption gnashed her teeth, and stared at Wright with resentment. As you can see, you have committed too many sins, and you need to use all you have to compensate. Grit your teeth. This is just a small part. You, and the gate of truth, owe this world a lot. Wright snapped his fingers at her again. Then, the second part, you need to peel off the corruption. Lady Corruption screamed, and a mushroom grew on her body again, and it grew wildly. This mushroom was dark and dry, and it looked more like a Gynoderma lucidum painted with black paint than a mushroom. It also grew rapidly and finally grew into a human form. It was a king wearing a crown, with a shriveled body, shrouded in dark spores. Wright was very satisfied with this. Very good. From now on, you are a member of the Holy Light Court, a deity in charge of corruption. You can call yourself the Lord of Corruption. With the peeling of death and corruption, Lady Corruption has undergone a huge change at this time. She seems to have restored some of the previous Lady of the Moon, but her mind is still a little unclear. Light was not interested in these things, and snapped his fingers at her again. Finally, peel off the filth. Mrs. Corruption screamed again, and one after another pustules gushed out of her body, and finally pieced together. They merged and devoured each other, and finally turned into something that looked like a tumor. Even Lilith couldn't help but frown. Is this also a mushroom? No, not really. More like a ball of fungus. Light couldn't stand it anymore, and raised his hand, causing the hiffy on Mrs. Corruption to gather quickly, covering the tumor with a layer of fungus, so that it could barely be seen. In the end, this meatball also turned into a human form, but it looked like a toad that had become a spirit. Although it was ugly, its divine power fluctuations were even much higher than those of Mrs. White Mushroom and the fallen fungus lord. Very good. From today on, you are the god of filth in the Holy Light Court. I will give you a name. TSK, it's really not easy to name you. I will just call you the Filthy Mushroom King. Quack. The Filthy Mushroom King was very happy. He jumped into the sky and disappeared from Wright's sight. Oh my god, you are really a toad? You created it yourself, don't you know? Wright shook his head. I just controlled the occurrence of emergence, but did not interfere with the results of emergence. Therefore, every result is a miracle of emergence, not created by me. Lilith nodded, not quite understanding. But, you stuffed 3 gods into the divine court at once, and they are death, degeneration, and filth. That's the Holy Light Divine Court. Are you sure Jonah won't pull your ears when the time comes? I'm also helping them to expand the Divine Court. Besides, the Divine Court can't just look for gods who represent good images to join. Those evil and unpopular laws also need to be managed by controllers. There must be people who water the flowers, and there must be people who sweep the toilet, right? I'm also doing this to make up for the uneven distribution of gods in the Divine Court. Lilith was obviously not very interested in this, and she pointed to the dying Lady of Corruption. What about the remaining one? Wright also looked at Lady Corruption. With death, filth and corruption stripped away, Lady Corruption had turned back into Lady Moon. Unfortunately, things had changed, and she was already on her deathbed. Are you ready to go? Lady Corruption was dying, and she looked at Wright and suddenly laughed. The gate of truth will not let you go. Are you expecting too much from yourself? You are just a... Where did the God of Light's Lord Divinity come from? Do you think the Sage of Reason is qualified to get it? Wright's hand froze in place, and his eyes became murderous. Wright had always found this matter strange, but he had not found the source of this part of the Lord Divinity until now. If it was given by the Gate of Truth, it would make sense. Because the Sage of the Void died in the siege of the Tower of Truth 100 years ago, and the Sage of Reason turned into debris after his death, and the Sage of Wisdom faked his death, and turned into the backstage. It was all at that time. If the Sage of the Void was contacted by Lady Corruption after his death, then the Tower of Truth in this world would have already been connected to the Gate of Truth. However, the Sage of Wisdom and the Sage of Reason were unaware of this. With the ability of the Gate of Truth, it is not impossible to bestow the divinity of the law without disturbing the other party and use the Sage of Reason to complete its own layout. Thinking of this, Wright's face became a little ugly. Lady Corruption laughed wantonly, and her malicious demon, I feel the taste of blasphemy from your concept. You are also the target of the Gate of Truth. Because law and blasphemy, like death, are concepts that the Gate of Truth desires. He will come to you eventually. Humph, come if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of it? Wright looked at the other party and smiled disdainfully. So what if it's indescribable? What about Mems? If it really wants to die, I don't mind sending it one step. But you won't see that day. Here, dissipate. With a snap of Light's fingers, the mycelium on Lady Corruption grew rapidly, and amid her desperate shouts and screams, it turned into a huge fungus mass. As Light clenched his hand, the fungus mass continued to shrink, and finally became the size of a fist. Then Light took out the crown of King Sun again, and imitated the crown, and pinched the fungus mass into the shape of a crown. The bright moonlight emanated from the crown, which looked particularly beautiful and lovely. Light chatted with Lilith, while looking at the crown. It is said that after the death of Lady Moon, King Sun took power alone, and became more and more arrogant. This crown was made at that time, symbolizing his unique status and divine power. But how could the world have only the sun? That would be so boring. Lilith chuckled. What are you going to do? Don't we have two goddesses of life? Chapter 339, The Song of Life of the Sun and the Moon, monthly ticket plus 1111. With the death of Lady Corruption, the whole world finally settled down. The law of life in the world was re-established, and the attraction from the underworld also disappeared. The world gradually returned to the right track. Of course, the fact that the tree of life turned into a huge mushroom still made many elves a little crazy. They didn't understand why a good tree suddenly turned into this. The elves fought bravely on the front line, and when they looked back, they found that such a big change had occurred in their hometown. With Wright's order, the elves on the battlefield returned to the territory of the Elf Empire at almost the fastest speed. The possibility that the elves coveted the territory of the First Empire, which they worried about at the beginning, just disappeared. The elves have been really scared over the years, and it can be said that they have no sense of security at all. Just a little bit of trouble, just like a frightened bird, uneasy. It was not until Wright repeatedly assured that this mushroom of life was not only bigger, thicker and more upright, but also better than the tree of life, that the elves stabilized their emotions. However, then, the entire elf empire fell into boiling and frenzy again, because the war was won, and the great goddess of life is coming. After receiving this promise, the elves cried with joy. They have waited for so long, and finally got their reward. But compared to before, the elves now have a huge change in their emotions about the goddess return. Before, they were eager for the goddess return to be a kind of salvation for them, a life-saving raft to take them out of the sea of suffering, and a guiding light to lead them out of the darkness. But now, they are no longer confused, and no longer cowardly. A kind of self-confidence naturally emanates from the elves' words and deeds. For the elves now, the return of the goddess of life is more like a reward and recognition. It's like the little red flower and certificate that a child gets after getting the first place in the class. What they are really happy and proud of is the changes they have made and the achievements they have made. But no matter what, the elves have finally been redeemed. And they will also become an important part of the rule of the Holy Light Court, building this world well, and contributing their faith. Although the Holy Light Goddess cannot directly obtain the power of faith of these elves, she can extract a share through the God of Elves. Therefore, it is most appropriate to complete the inheritance of the throne, while the faith is fanatical. Early this morning, a large number of elves gathered in the square outside the life mushroom. With the order of the High Priest of the Elves, the entire succession ceremony of the throne officially began. Wright, Lilith, Emily and the witch nemesis Jenny stood on the hillside in the distance and looked out. Seeing the succession ceremony proceeding in an orderly manner, Emily puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Why don't we go to the scene? Shouldn't we have contributed the most to the elves' victory over the First Empire? We also solved the series of corrupt invasions that followed. We are the great heroes. Great heroes. Why are we hiding here to feed mosquitoes? First of all, with your strength, let alone mosquitoes, monsters below level 5 will be scared away. Secondly, your neighbor is building a new house, no matter how much effort you have put in. When the new house is completed, it is the owner's family who should celebrate and set off fireworks. We can't steal the show. Finally, the reason why we are standing here and watching from afar is entirely because you two are late. Otherwise, at least we would be in the VIP area, eating fruits and drinking black tea while watching the ceremony. Emily rolled her eyes. So the main reason is because you are late. The first two sentences are unnecessary. Stupid. The first two sentences are nice words to say when the elf queen asks about it later. Since you are already late and absent, of course you have to say something nice, and you can also earn a favor by the way. What else can we do? Admit that you are late, and then be laughed at? Right sighed helplessly. I shouldn't have waited for you two. Really, I'm so stupid. I just thought that only office workers who worked overtime for 3 consecutive days would oversleep, but I didn't expect you two would do it too. Although I don't know what office workers are, they are definitely not as tired as me. Emily said aggrievedly. I have been fighting for so long with overload. It's a line between life and death. Those who took the opportunity to break through to the sky level don't take advantage of it. Fortunately, you maintained it for a short time, otherwise you would have to sleep for at least a week to recover. In the future, don't enter the sky level unless you have to. You don't have that strength, you know. Lilith hit them one by one. Okay, stop arguing. Look, the descent ceremony has begun. Everyone looked up and saw that the sun and the moon in the sky had changed their original positions and gathered above the mushroom of life. Then, under the shining of the gorgeous divine light, a figure appeared on the sun and the moon. The two sisters Nora and Noah appeared at the same time and then slowly fell down. The elder sister Nora wore the crown of the king of the sun, while the younger sister Noah wore the crown of the moon. They both landed on the mushroom of life at the same time and spread the gospel to the elves. Under the order of the high priest, some of the older elves walked to the lake, cut their palms with their hands, and dripped blood into the lake of life. Finally, the queen of the elves came to the lake and dripped the blood of the king into it. Although the blood seemed very little compared to the entire lake of life turned blood red. But this red did not last long and was absorbed by the huge mushroom of life on the island in the middle of the lake. Nora and Noy also spread their hands and dripped their own blood of God. The golden blood fell on the mushroom of life and was soon absorbed by it. Inside the mushroom of life, the blood of God and the elves merged together to form a family contract. The elves, at the moment the contract was reached, once again became the family of the goddess of life. Play the song of life together. Moreover, the goddesses of life were even more powerful this time. They not only symbolized life, but also the sun and the moon. A huge amount of fanatical faith poured into the mushroom of life at this moment. After being purified and sorted, it was finally absorbed by the twin goddesses of life. The two girls broke through the shackles from the middle gods at the beginning, and became high gods. The most unexpected thing is that the power of the sun and the moon was also fed back to all the elves with the signing of the blood contract. The original elves glowed brightly, their skin became more delicate and shiny, their figures became taller, their magic power became more abundant, and they gained the power of the sun and the power of the moon. Most importantly, 2 pairs of transparent wings grew on the backs of these elves, giving them the ability to fly. I didn't expect it. Lilith, who witnessed this scene, was amazed. I actually witnessed the leap of my followers with my own eyes. The leap of my followers? It's the leap of the entire race. Look at these elves now. They can't just be called elves. Wright looked at the elves. The changes are a bit big. The strength of the entire race has improved. If they are not elves, what should they be called? High elves, upper elves, great elves? There are similar promotions among demons, which represent all-round functional improvements. It's a bit similar. A ghoul advances to become a vampire, but it's stronger than that, with bigger changes and more improvements. After listening to Lilith's explanation, Emily seemed very excited. Well, then, can humans also make a racial leap? Lilith thought again and again. No. Why? How should I know? Anyway, from the time I became conscious until now, I have never seen a precedent for human promotion. I even find it hard to imagine what the promotion path for humans is. Wright waved his hand and interrupted their conversation. Humans have no promotion path, and promotion will not happen. The human soul is too unstable and full of uncertainty. Unless it is sublimated or solidified, and its properties are stabilized, it is possible to be promoted. But whether it is sublimation or solidification, it can no longer be considered human. So, theoretically, it is impossible for humans to be promoted. But it doesn't matter. Promotion is just a means of improving strength. It doesn't mean that, if you are promoted, you will be invincible, and if you are not promoted, you will be nothing. Look at these elves now. Even if they are promoted, they can't beat the human coalition. Do you believe it? Emily sneered. Nonsense, because you are here. If you are here, there will be no fight. Wright reached out and knocked on her forehead. Even if I don't take action, and the gods of both sides don't care, the elves can't beat humans. Because humans have infinite possibilities. To put it bluntly, humans have no bottom line. If a fight really breaks out, the elves will still be defeated by humans in the end. However, in this world now, there is no need for humans and elves to continue fighting. Under the leadership of the Divine Court, the future will only become better. Speaking of which, Emily suddenly clapped her hands. We are all back, and the elves are back too. So what should we do with the capital of the First Empire that we conquered before, and such a large area of land? It's okay, the Holy Land will take action. What we have to do is wait until they start fighting, and then come forward to mediate. Then why didn't you just distribute it to them at the beginning? No, we just want them to fight for it. Only by fighting can we reflect our status. You divide it in advance and give it to everyone. Everyone says thank you and goes home without looking back. No one will know whether they are grateful to you in their hearts. But now, we just want them to fight for it. When they have made enough noise, we will intervene. In this way, we can tell them who is the one who has the final say. Moreover, after these holy vassal states have finished fighting for freedom, there will inevitably be a map with similar distribution left. The distribution of this map can reveal a lot of things. Then we will use this actual division map to make some repairs, to punish the ignorant troublemakers and reward the sensible younger brothers. It's the same cake cutting, but the purpose is different. Emily seemed to understand, then waved her hand. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Let the Holy Light Church worry about it. Wright rubbed her hair. You look like a hands-off boss, which is quite like my style when I was young. Lilith sighed, looking a little helpless. The Advent ceremony is almost over. Jenny, who had been silent, suddenly said, can we at least go and have something delicious? If we don't attend the ceremony, we have to attend the banquet. You go. I have to ask the god of death for something. When these words came out, the three women were a little surprised. What do you want from them? Of course it's a reward. Wright said righteously, I helped them solve such a big crisis, and even helped them get rid of the corrupt lady. What a huge amount of work this is. Is it reasonable for Ming He to give me more benefits than the original agreed price? Doesn't his conscience hurt? Are you talking about his or yours? Of course it's Ming He's. What conscience do I have? Wright waved his hand at the three people. Then, go to the banquet. I'm leaving first. Don't come to me. I will naturally come to you. After I've dealt with it. Emily wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lilith. Okay, he has something to deal with. Let's not disturb him. Let's go. The banquet is about to start. Lilith urged the two girls to go to the direction of the Lake of Life and turned back to look in the direction where Wright's back disappeared. She knew that Wright chose to meet the god of death alone this time. In addition to settling the reward, there was another very important thing. That is, what the corrupt lady said before she was killed. The divinity of law. Is it intentional by the gate of truth? Is a blasphemy of divinity within the hunting range of the gate of truth? Only when it involves himself and Jonah, he will seem so worried. Lilith smiled sweetly, and even her steps became much lighter. Hey, Sister Lilith. Why are you laughing so happily? I remembered something happy. At this time, Wright came to the capital of the elves. With his whistle, the king of unicorns came to him at the fastest speed. Judging from its mouth full of juice, it should have been eating just now. Let's go. Take me to the territory where the tree people were stationed before. Hiss. The king of unicorns immediately knelt on his front legs flatteringly, and Wright turned over and rode on it. It immediately stood up, then left the capital in a flash, and ran towards the destination. It must be said that the speed of the king of unicorns is indeed worthy of praise. The Emerald Dream was sacrificed, and Wright lost the shortcut to quickly travel between the harbor city and the elf capital. He was thinking about finding a time to go back. It seems that the king of unicorns is a good choice. Just as he was distracted and thinking, the king of unicorns had slowly stopped. Hiss. Oh. We are here. Chapter 340. Compensation of the Dark Sea. Subscription request. The Elf Kingdom is definitely the area with the most concentrated life force in this world. In this area, life energy can be divided into thin and dense. The Lake of Life is naturally the undisputed king. In addition to the Lake of Life, it is probably the place where the tree people had been dormant for a long time. The forest in front of him, which is now treeless, has a richer life force than the capital of the Elf Empire and the wetlands where the unicorns once lived. The reason why Wright chose this place is that he wanted to use the life force to communicate with the underworld sea and the god of death. He learned a lot from the withering of the tree of life. If he wants to communicate with the underworld sea efficiently, he must either choose a place where the air of death is pervasive, or go the other way and find a place where this kind of life force is full. Wright took out the scroll to summon the god of death from his arms, and went directly to the tree pit in the dense forest. As the magic circle opened, the rich death air spread and immediately collided with the surrounding life force. As Wright expected, this made the entire magic circle fluctuate stronger, directly opening the door to the underworld sea. Three death gods walked out of the magic circle. One of them held a sickle, one carried a stone tablet, and the other was wrapped in chains. I didn't expect that a triple yoked egg would come out. The death god in the middle carrying the stone tablet suddenly spoke. Sir Saint, you must choose this kind of place. Hey, can you speak human language? Yes, I'm the carry, he is the harvest, and this is the bind. We are all apostles of the will of the underworld. Perhaps the one you see most often is the harvest and his followers. But in view of your contribution to the underworld this time, we chose to come out together to see you. The carry was hunched over, and it was obvious that the death tablet behind him was very heavy. Bind wanted to speak, but unfortunately even his voice was bound, so he had to remain silent. The harvest was an old acquaintance, and he nodded slightly after seeing Wright. But Light was not very polite. I said, I don't want any reward, and you are not qualified to give me a reward. You owe me this, and the underworld owes me this. I came to you to get back what you owe me, do you understand? After hearing this, Harvest turned his head away. He didn't like this statement, but he knew that he was no match for the other party here. Binding was very excited, but unfortunately he still couldn't make any sound, so he could only stand there frustrated. Carrying had no expression after hearing this, and said lightly, "Okay." Obviously, Carrying chose Carrying. Then, "Mr. Saintsin, what compensation do you want?" Light pondered for a moment. "First, I want to know if the Gate of Truth is collecting the power of law." Binding did not respond, and Carrying looked at Harvest. After thinking for a moment, Harvest answered Light's question in the language of the dead. "No, the Gate of Truth is sowing. According to the feedback from the Underworld's Great Will, we have come to a conclusion. The Gate of Truth will look for a suitable world and a suitable god, and give them the divinity of law. Let them nourish the law divinity during their growth. When the law divinity is strong enough, he will come to kill the chosen gods, and devour the law divinity of the other party." After hearing this answer, Wright sneered. "Interesting. Then, the second question. Is the Gate of Truth collecting blasphemous power?" Upon hearing this question, Harvest seemed very calm, but the reaction of the bondage was very big. He was seen twisting his body constantly, looking very excited. Seeing this, the back-bearing reached out and pulled off the chain on his mouth and put it on his shoulder. "Okay, tell me, yes and no. He is afraid." "What do you mean?" Binding shook his head, because the apostle who betrayed the blasphemy monarch was the truth. He is not collecting the power of blasphemy, but he is afraid that someone can collect all the power of blasphemy again and become the new blasphemy monarch. Light's brows knitted together. Truth was once the apostle of blasphemy. In the end, Truth betrayed blasphemy and caused the fall of the blasphemy monarch. This is really unexpected. Light got satisfactory answers to both messages from the Great Will of the Underworld. It is worthy of being the Underworld, the end of all things. There are no secrets in front of it. The back wrapped the chain around Binding's mouth again, and then looked at Light. "Can you ask another question, or put forward another condition?" "Really? I don't think so. Sir Saint, you have indeed made an outstanding contribution to this matter, but the two questions just now are extremely involved. I believe that in addition to the Great Will of the Underworld, you want to find the answer from other places, and I don't know how much time and cost it will take." Wright waved his hand. "I don't want to bargain. I just want to remind you. Although the Lady of Corruption has fallen, the several worlds she shot down before have fallen firmly into the Underworld. I believe that the immortal and corrupt power in it must have made the Great Will of the Underworld very sour, right? Moreover, this is a huge hidden danger. After all, if a new god of corruption is born, he can still continue this plan. By then, you will not be so lucky to meet me." Wright raised a finger, "and I can help you eliminate the corrupt power that the Great Will of the Underworld cannot digest." After hearing Wright's words, the three death gods fell into silence. The door behind them opened again, and a new Grim Reaper came out. He said, "Yes. If you are willing to get rid of the power of corruption, the Great Will of the Underworld is willing to grant you another wish." Light looked at the Grim Reaper with no strange features curiously. "Who are you?" The Grim Reaper took out a scale from his arms and said with a smile, "Like them, I'm an apostle of the Great Will of the Underworld. My name is Fairness." Light couldn't help but ask curiously, "How many Grim Reapers and apostles do you have? Are these the two remaining questions you have?" "No, no, no. Oh, please be careful when asking questions to death, Mr. Light." Light couldn't help but roll his eyes. "First of all, I have no more questions to ask. Next, I want to talk about my two wishes. First, I want the authorization of the power of death. Not the kind of authorization to supervise the death of a world, but the authorization of the entire death." The scale of Fairness began to tremble, and finally quieted down. "If it's just authorization, then yes. Secondly, I want to be at one end of this world, directly bordering the Nether Beach." The balance of Fairness tilted instantly, and he said seriously, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Mr. Wright, do you know where the Nether Beach is? Please cherish this world, okay?" "Of course I know." Wright's eyes flashed fiercely. "You must agree that, if this world does not border the Nether Beach, we will not be able to purify the power of corruption." The balance began to tremble again, and finally stabilized. Fairness sighed helplessly. "Okay, as you wish." Chapter 341, Night Elf Surrender. "This is the reward you got from the Underworld?" "I repeat, this is not a reward, it is compensation." In the Elf Empire's Leaf of Life library, Wright placed a pure white crystal skull on the table. After Sicilius left, he moved here and planned to live here temporarily. His purpose was also very simple. He wanted to find out if Sicilius had left any relevant research materials. After all, the result of using the power of dragon slaying to kill the dragon part of the body without damaging other parts is quite high-end. Of course, it is also because the Elf Empire is now booming, and there are too many things to do. Whether it is the Temple of Life or the Elf Palace, there are crowds of people, more lively than the Temple Fair, which is really not suitable for the next work. It is quieter in the Leaf of Life library. On both sides of the long table, sat Lilith, Emily, Jenny and the elf princess Rasatina. Sicilius's rebellion and death made the little princess feel complicated. But the burden of the elves' resurgence was on her shoulders, and she quickly put all these emotions behind her. The elf queen and the high priest each had their own responsibilities, and the princess should have gone to help the queen share her worries. But she felt that staying by Wright's side and responding to emergencies at any time would be the greatest help to the elves. My lord, I feel a terrible breath of death emanating from it. What are you going to do with it? For fishing, of course. Wright reached out and knocked on the skull of the crystal skull. This is the top quality bait I borrowed from someone. Emily was still so straightforward. Hasn't the Lady of Corruption been killed? The crisis of the flowering of the Tree of Life has also been resolved. The God of Life of the elves has come again, and there are two of them instead of one. Aren't things all coming to a happy end? You still want to fish? Wright looked up at her. I want to slap you in the face, then apologize to you, and let you let go of your hatred, and choose to forgive. Are you willing? Of course not. I must fight back. Isn't that the end? Wright's finger slid lightly on the crystal skull. Why? Why should we defend against their attacks? Why do they set a trap to trap us, and we can only bite the bullet and take risks to crack the enemy's conspiracy? What? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Since they dare to plot against me, I will also plot against them fiercely. As the saying goes, courtesy comes in return. Where the enemy goes, I can go too. This time, it's my turn to set a big trap for them to fall into. Seeing Wright's kind smile, Emily shuddered. Lilith guessed Wright's purpose at once. You want to use death to fish for the Gate of Truth? That's right. Wright raised his finger. After what Madam Corruption did, I can probably guess that the Gate of Truth is quite obsessed with death. If I make a bigger fuss, he will definitely take the bait. At that time, I can catch him directly and then blow him away. That's not good. Lilith seemed a little worried. This world has been tossed around enough, and it can't withstand a war between you and an indescribable one. Don't worry, the fishing ground I prepared this time is not in this world, but in the Hades Beach. Wright slapped the table and stood up, and I want to use this plan to elevate our world into a higher world. That is, similar to the God Realm, the Demon Realm, and the Dragon Realm. Are you crazy? Lilith pushed him down. Do you know how much world power this requires? Of course I know. And I have found the scapegoat. Who? The will of the underworld. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on the crystal skull on the table again. I don't know if the great will of the underworld will regret asking you to help get rid of the corrupted lady. How could that be? Wright reached out and picked up the crystal skull, shaking it in front of everyone. You may not know that before our world, there have been nearly 7 or 8 worlds that have been taken by the corrupted lady. Most of them are worlds that have been overgrazed by the gods, and then for various reasons, they have become a massive corrupt energy that is neither alive nor dead, and fell into the underworld. With the current ability of the underworld, it is impossible to digest it. Staying in it is a huge hidden danger. So I reached a cooperation agreement with the underworld. I'm responsible for handling these corrupt energies, but the ownership rights must belong to me. And during this period, the underworld must provide all the conveniences it can for my actions. Don't you think this is a sure win business? After hearing this, everyone's eyes were wide open, and Emily rubbed her head. But, what can you do to deal with the corrupt energy? Of course it's the mushroom of life plus the god of the sun and the moon. Wright pointed to the huge life mushroom outside the window. I have already made an agreement with the god of death of the Nether Sea. When I choose a place, I will let this world border the Nether Beach. We will set up a large-scale corruption processing factory at the border. On the one hand, we will use the mushroom of life to differentiate the power of corruption and use the power of death, degeneration, and filth to feed the three gods, Lady White Mushroom, the Lord of Corruption and the King of Filthy Mushroom. The stripped life energy will be absorbed by the mushroom of life and then used to feed back to the world. When we have processed all the corrupt energy in the Nether Sea, this world will probably have been promoted to a high-level world. During this period, we will also develop our power step by step in the Nether Beach. The entire Nether Beach is a place where there are no people to return to, expelled by the Nether Sea of Death. We now have all the authority of death granted by the Nether Sea. As long as they dare to attack us, we can directly lead the waves of the Nether Sea to protect the factory and remain invincible. They can't beat us, but we can beat them. This is such a beautiful thing. After the girls finished listening, Lilith made a summary. You are going to poke the super hornet's nest of Hades Beach, and then provoke them, and intend to use this to attract a bigger and more difficult gate of truth. Is that right? That's right. As expected of you. Lilith gave a thumbs up. Trouble never comes to the little ones. Emily was a little nervous. Are you sure that the situation will really develop as you wish? Even so, the enemies we have to fight are too strong, right? Lilith laughed instead. It's not bad. What's good about it? Look, right, me and Pinocchio are at least 3 conceptual levels. If everything goes well, the 2 gods of life will hand over the divinity of light to Jonah and Afra. In this way, we will have at least 2 rule level gods. And Nora and Noi, because of the blessing of the Sun Crown and the Moon Crown, plus the relics of the King of the Fiery Sun and the Lady of the Moon, and with the prosperity and development of the elves, I believe they will soon be promoted to the rule level. There is also the Sea God, who has great development potential. The big world is equivalent to the 3 concepts, 4 rules, and the 4 rules, as well as the angel army, the high-end elves, and the flesh and flesh army. In fact, there is a power that is much higher than the low world, and even stronger than the middle world. I have to do my career in the beach. Seriously, I'm a little panicked. The elf princess took the lead. My lord just said that to purify that energy, we need the mushroom of life. Then only on our side can we meet this condition, right? My lord, please consider placing the bordering area in our elf empire. We have an unbreakable front, powerful warriors, unicorns, tree people, and magical plants. We are definitely the sharpest sword in your hand. Lilith on the side shook her head and said, I think it's better to find a place where few people go, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. In this way, if there is a problem in the Nether Beach and some messy demons and undead invade the world, it can give everyone a buffer and make it easier to resist. What do you think of the back cliff of the holy mountain of the barbarian tribe? That kind of bitter cold place has a bad climate and a suitable terrain. Just as everyone was discussing the specific location of the completion, an elf guard ran in hurriedly. Your Highness. Lord Wright. It's not good. There's a fight outside the city. Ah. Everyone was surprised to hear the news. A fight broke out. Who is fighting whom? Is it a unicorn fighting a dryad guard? No. It's the drow. It's the night elves. A group of night elves suddenly ran out from outside the capital, and they insisted on entering the city to worship the mushroom of life. As a result, they had a conflict with the elven guards guarding the gate. Now the situation is very critical. Her Majesty the Queen has gone there, and she asked me to invite a few of you to go over and take a look. Wright's eyes widened immediately. Night elves? The elven princess looked a little embarrassed. Yes, that was after the disappearance of the goddess of life. A part of the elves betrayed their beliefs and degenerated into a dark race. They are called night elves, or dark elves, Drow. When it comes to the dark history of the elves, Rasatina seemed a little ashamed to mention it. Light waved his hand. No, I know about the Drow. I'm just curious, how did they get to the heartland of the elves? The elf empire is still in a state of war preparedness, and the periphery is not like the previous border defense that relies entirely on part-time mercenaries. There are 2 real legions, plus a large area of magical plant territory. Even if the Drow are born night assassins, how can they run to the capital of the elves in broad daylight? After hearing what Light said, the elf princess finally reacted. Yes. How did they get here? The elven guard in charge of reporting the news hurriedly said, it is said that they ran out from the exit of an underground city ruins outside the city. Underground city? Light immediately became excited. Let's go. Let's go and see. Hearing what he said, everyone had to leave the desk. Lilith did not forget to take the crystal skull of the Will of Death with her when she left. The Leaf of Life library is far away from the gate of the capital. When they arrived, the Elf Queen had already surrounded the Dark Elves with the royal guards. There were about 100 of these Dark Elves, and they stood back to back in a circular battle formation, seemingly not intending to sit and wait for death. The one standing in the center was obviously their leader. After Wright arrived and observed carefully, he found that these Dark Elves were indeed as rumored, with silver hair and purple-red skin. They were completely different from the ordinary elves with blonde hair and fair skin. Not to mention, the elves now had advanced to become great elves, and their body shape and posture were even better than the other side. Wow. As expected of a night elf, you can see that they dress much more boldly than the elves. Jenny was speechless after hearing what Light said. Look carefully. They don't wear less, because they like to wear less, but because they are poor. Look, are those clothes? They are all rags and straps. The drow are not well received among the dark races. They don't live well, and are generally short of money, and because of their bad reputation, they can't get any decent tasks or jobs. You know a lot about it. Jenna's eyes were a little dim. The Truth Workshop once hired a drow assassin as my assassination mentor. That assassin was also the teacher and friend of my mother and my grandmother. But later, she was killed by the Truth Workshop in the name of keeping her mouth shut. Light patted her shoulder to comfort her, and then came to the Elf Queen. What happened? Ah, Your Highness Light, you are finally here. The Elf Queen saw Light, as if she had seen a savior. This made Wright very strange. After all, with the fighting power of the Great Elves, even if one fought 5 opponents, it would be effortless. This is a level suppression. The Great Elves are the advanced version of the Elves, and the Dark Elves are the weakened and mutated version of the Elves. The Great Elves can be said to be completely crushing the opponent in terms of speed, strength, endurance, mental strength, etc. Moreover, this is at the gate of the elf capital. The terrain is flat and there is no support, and the number of Great Elves is far more than the opponent. Don't worry. If you have something to say, take your time. These traitors. The Elf Queen pointed at the besieged Dark Elves. They once betrayed the goddess and betrayed their faith. Now, they are licking their faces in hope to return to the embrace of life. Bah. Shameless. Hearing the words of the Elf Queen, many drow lowered their heads in shame. When these words fell into Wright's ears, the meaning immediately changed. You mean, they are here to surrender? A group of former elves. A group of elves with guilt. A group of elves longing for redemption. A group of elves hoping to be forgiven, and probably willing to do any dirty work for this. Wright looked at the Dark Elves, as if he was looking at a group of free laborers who worked hard without complaint. Chapter 342. Recruiting the Dark Elves. Isn't that Aunt Fiona? The elf princess couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw the leader of the Dark Elves. Mother, didn't you say that she was dead? Aunt? Wright looked at the Elf Queen in confusion. I remember that you elves turned into the Tree of Life to reproduce. How come you still have relatives? Relying on the Tree of Life to reproduce is something that happened after the Goddess of Life left this world. Oh, so that's it. In other words, she is also a member of the royal family? Although it's a bit embarrassing, my sister, Risatina's aunt, was the leader of the rebel forces back then. It was also she who led some elves of the tribe to the path of depravity. Wright waved his hand. Actually, I'm not that interested in the past of you elves. Now, they want to return to the arms of the Goddess of Life, but you didn't reach an agreement, right? The Elf Queen waved her hand. No, there's nothing to talk about. They left us when the elves were in the most difficult time. Now we have overcome the difficulties and ushered in the prosperity of the empire and the return of the Goddess of Life. At this time, they want to come back again. It's too late. We will never accept them again. Never. The Elf Queen became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally she even shed tears. The other elves also tightened their weapons. Compared with the harm from outsiders, this betrayal from one's own people is the most difficult to let go. Light understood the reaction of the elves, and he looked at the nervous dark elves. What about you? What do you want to do when you come here? The dark elves were in a commotion, and Fiona, the leader, asked tentatively, are you the Saint Wright? Yes, I am. I have a letter written by Lady Scarlet. Scarlet? Light frowned slightly. Scarlet was a blood witch, and at the same time, she became the nominal leader of the dark race with the power of the witch. If Light hadn't let Adroth surrender the black gold sword later, and led other dark races to form a resistance force, I'm afraid she would really unify the entire dark world. Since the incident in the Holy City, Light has been out of touch with her. Unexpectedly, she actually wrote a letter of introduction to the Dark Elves now. Speaking of which, you Dark Elves are also a member of the Dark race. Where's the letter? Let me see it. The leader of the Drow took out a letter from his plump bosom and handed it to the elf beside him. The elf first handed it to the Elven Queen, and then it was sent to Wright. Wright tore open the envelope and read it, and finally sneered. Let me take care of you for her sake? Sorry, Scarlet has no face in my place. Wright shook the letter paper. Your Majesty, how to deal with these Drow, you decide for yourself. The Elven Queen was also very embarrassed. She looked at the Drow, and then at Wright. Humph, since you are here to deliver a letter to Mr. Wright, I will spare you this time. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Elf Princess Rasatina was very entangled. She grabbed Wright's wrist and looked at him anxiously. In fact, she didn't know why she was anxious, nor did she know what she wanted. She just felt that if they let the Dark Elves leave like this, they would completely lose the chance to return to their tribe. Wright glanced at Rasatina, then looked at the dejected Dark Elves, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. Wait a minute, before you leave, I want to ask, did you come in through the underground city next to the elf capital? The Dark Elf leader Fiona was not very interested, and nodded slightly before saying, indeed, we migrated all the way from the underground world. The original underground city has been abandoned, and the passage has been blocked. We finally cleared the road and came here. But don't worry, for the safety of the elf capital, we will blow up the underground passage when we return. Absolutely not. It will not cause trouble to you again. That's easy. Wright shook the letter paper in his hand. Although my relationship with Scarlet is not that good, I can't just leave cheap labor. How about this? You stay and work for me. The Dark Elves didn't react. Work? What kind of work? Wright smiled slightly. Of course, work illegally. Listen carefully. From today on, you are temporary workers in my Holy Sinsway shop. You have no identity, no information, and no status. You have no benefits, no bonuses, and even no wages. You have to work for me day and night, forever. Even if you die, your bones will turn into undead skeletons, your flesh will turn into corpse monsters, and your souls will turn into screaming banshees. It will only be more tiring for one person to work 3 jobs. Are you willing to do that? Of course not. The leader of the Drow angrily rejected Light's proposal. How could they jump into it knowing it was a fire pit? Then you will miss the last chance to return to the embrace of the goddess of life. Light's words made all the elves quiet down. What did you just say? Fiona looked at Light in disbelief, her eyes full of shock and hope. The elf queen was a little embarrassed. Sir Saint Sin, do you really want to help them? I know you have a good relationship with the 2 goddesses of life. But if you do this, I'm afraid there will be. Wright waved his hand. Don't be nervous. First of all, I didn't say that I wanted them to return to the elves. Secondly, I didn't say that I wanted them to become believers of the goddess of life again. I still value the internal affairs of the elves and the dignity of the goddess of life. What about what you just said? Fiona was very angry. Are you kidding us? Listen to what I say. I'll propose a plan. If you agree, we can talk about it later. If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. Wright snapped his fingers, and the shadow of the fallen fungus lord, symbolizing fall, appeared beside him, scaring the surrounding elves. I think you all know that the Holy Light Goddess established the Holy Light Court to govern the world together with other like-minded gods. The 2 life goddesses have also joined the court early. In addition to being the life goddesses of the elves, they are also the sun god and moon god of this world. Of course, none of this is important. What I want to say is that under the wise leadership of the Holy Light Goddess, we created the divine power exchange and circulation system for the first time. That is, the Holy Principle Ring. As he spoke, Wright spread his hands, and the Holy Principle Ring circulated in it, transforming the holy light into life magic. That is to say, even if you are not a believer of the two life goddesses, you can also use life magic. When he said this, all the night elves present had their eyes lit up. Being able to use life magic is also a kind of psychological comfort for them. After Wright put away the Holy Principle Ring with his backhand, he continued to talk. Secondly, if you believe in this fallen fungus master, you are his believers. But at the same time, you will also be the common believers of the Holy Light Temple. Because according to the temple effect, the premise of your belief in the gods of the temple is to believe in the temple. Also, the two goddesses of life are the sun god and moon god of the temple. So, you are also their believers. Do you understand this logic? The elves looked at each other and nodded as if they understood. Seeing this, Wright shouted loudly, "This is a logic that only smart people can understand." Now, more people nodded. Lilith saw Emily nodding vigorously and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why, do you understand it too?" "No, but my intuition tells me that nodding is the right thing to do." Seeing this, Wright snapped his fingers in satisfaction. "Look, you are followers of Nora and Noi, and you can use life magic. Rounding it off, isn't it equivalent to you returning to the embrace of the goddess of life? For the elves, if you look into it carefully, you still don't count as returning. This way, everyone can make sense. Is it okay?" The elves looked at each other and fell silent for a while. "I always feel that. It seems to make sense, but it seems that there is no reason. Is there something wrong? But I can't tell what's wrong." Finally, a childish voice broke through the sky. Emily raised her hand and said loudly, "Aren't you just trying to smooth things over?" As soon as these words came out, the elves suddenly felt cold all over and felt that the air pressure suddenly dropped, making them breathless. Is this something that can be said? Bang! Light stretched out his hand and summoned the Sunlight Greatsword, which he placed on the ground. "This is the situation, and this is the solution. I think this is good. It's rare to be confused in life. It's painful to live so clearly. Let's do it this way. Who of you agrees and who disagrees?" The Sunlight Greatsword felt that what Light said made sense, and suddenly holy light surged all over its body, emitting a terrible pressure. At that moment, all the elves nodded repeatedly, fearing that they would nod too slowly and have nothing to nod to in the future. "Hey, that's right." Light carried the Sunlight Greatsword on his shoulder and pointed forward with his other hand. The divine shadow of the fallen fungus lord strode to the front of Zuoa, emitting supreme divine power. Light's voice, through the divine shadow of the fungus lord, surrounded the ears of the dark elves. "Since you have seen the fungus lord, why don't you bow?" With a crash, all the dark elves knelt on the ground, trembling, chanting the fungus lord, supreme divine power. Wright narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "Okay, everyone, get up. Your Majesty, these are the believers under the command of the fallen fungus lord in the divine court. This time they come, mainly to visit the prosperous elf main city and pay homage to the life mushroom. I think you can arrange it, right?" Seeing this, the elf queen sighed helplessly. "Thank you, Mr. Wright, I'll arrange it now." "No. Don't be so anxious." Wright looked at the dark elves. "After all, they are guests. How can they come to someone else's house without notifying or making an appointment and ask to visit? That's really too rude. This time, they come mainly to say hello to you. Tomorrow, they plan to visit early tomorrow morning. Do you think it's okay? If the time is not right, you can refuse, and then we can discuss another time." Wright's step back immediately eased the atmosphere on the scene a lot. Especially the elves. They immediately felt that they were respected. Yes, although the other party can come to visit and worship. But, guests are guests after all. We, the elves, are still the masters. If we don't want to, we can still turn them away. Want to see? Sure. Submit an application honestly, and the elves may see that they are under the same faith of the divine court, and give their approval. At this time, Wright looked at Emily and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "See, this is the art of handling. It's not about being soft-spoken. Since Mr. Wright has said so, of course we have to give Mr. Wright this face. Tomorrow morning, we will come to greet all the tourists." Hearing that the elf queen deliberately emphasized the word guest, the dark elves looked depressed, but soon replaced by joy. Guests are guests. They came here with the awareness that the worst that could happen is that they would die here. Unexpectedly, after a series of twists and turns, it turned out to be like this. They dare not ask for anything more. Laugh? What's so funny? If I were you, I wouldn't be able to laugh. Wright's cold voice interrupted the dark elves' fantasy. Recall what I just said, my temporary workers. Welcome to the sweet shop of the holy sin. What awaits you next is an endless working life. If you dare to make me angry, then. The shadow of the fallen fungus lord suddenly attached to Wright, as if it had merged with him. Then you will be expelled, completely expelled from the divine court. From now on, you will have no place to stand. So now, take me to see the dungeon you came from. Yes, yes. Lord Wright. Call me boss. Yes, boss. Under Wright's urging, the dark elves hurriedly returned to the original path, and the elves surrounding them also hurriedly made way. Lilith waved her hand, and followed with Jenny and Emily. After obtaining the consent of the elf queen, Rasatina also hurriedly followed. What Wright didn't expect was that the dungeon used by the dark elves was not far from the elf capital. They walked for less than 10 minutes, and arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. I didn't expect it to be so close. Fiona explained quickly. Yes, when the day without God came, the elves were pushed all the way to the gate of the capital by the Dark Clan. This is a relic left behind at that time. Emily asked curiously after hearing, the day without God. What is that? Wright explained, that year, after the War of the Gods, the goddess of Holy Light won, and other gods were expelled from this world. At that time, the world suddenly lost the protection of a large number of gods, and all races suffered heavy losses because of the War of the Gods. The Dark Clan took the opportunity to rise rapidly, and was glorious for a while. But later, it was destroyed by the Church of Holy Light, which had recovered. Okay, let's go into the dungeon first, and take a look. Chapter 343 The Lost Dungeon, Subscription Request. After passing through the long downward passage, everyone came to the underground world. Emily was extremely surprised when she saw the wide cave. Wow. It's so big. It's like another world. I didn't expect that the underground world is so vast. Wright snorted and laughed. I'm talking to you. You claim that you like to read travel notes and miscellaneous knowledge on weekdays. Unexpectedly, you don't even know these. In the past, the underground city and the underground maze were very prosperous. After the godless day, the dark race developed rapidly and had reached the point of threatening the world. The power of the underground world is not smaller than that of the above ground world. At that time, the dark race even called out the dark world to represent the entire underground dark race. It was also at that time that the dark monarch appeared. Do you know the black gold sword I gave to Adalosa? That is the weapon of the second generation of dark monarchs. In order to suppress the development of the dark race, the Holy Light Church had to recruit people from the whole world and pardoned a large number of pagans. Emily's ignorant eyes widened, which was particularly conspicuous in the dim cave. Really? Have these things happened? Why don't I know anything about them? You know nothing about them. Why are your eyes so bright? Jenny next to her explained. She is Beauty and the Beast. Entering the darkness probably activated the beast part. Damn, my vision is blocked, but using matches for such a small matter seems a bit unnecessary. As for Lilith, darkness is not a big deal for demons. Wright looked at the elf princess, Rasatina. Can you see clearly? Yes. It's amazing. We elves used to have poor night vision, at least half as much as during the day. Jenny muttered, that's much better than humans. But now, I have no restrictions at all. It should be the protection of the moon goddess. Jenny wanted to cry, but had no tears, so I can't see clearly. Lilith, help her. Okay. Lilith pulled Jenny aside, and Emily entangled with Wright again, blinking her eyes, that were shining in the physical sense. Then what? Then what? Wright rolled his eyes. After the War of the Gods, there was the day without God. The day without God caused the world to enter a dark and turbulent era. In order to suppress the dark race as soon as possible and end the dark turmoil, under the instruction of the goddess of holy light, the Church of Holy Light united various holy vassal states and opened the home of adventurers. By issuing tasks, the dark race was gradually eroded, and dungeons and underground labyrinths were conquered. It is known in history as the Age of Great Adventure. You must have heard of this term. Oh, I seem to have heard of it. If you explain it in more detail, maybe I can remember more. Wright couldn't help but give Emily a slap on the head, and then continued helplessly. The coming of the Age of Great Adventure has largely solved the issue of whether the remaining believers of various religions should stay or go. At the same time, it has also gathered this force to fight against the attacks of the Dark Tribe. In addition to the protection and blessing of the Goddess of Light, and the support and assistance of priests and divine magicians, adventurers from various tribes gradually conquered the dungeons one by one, and eventually defeated the Dark Lord V, known as the Devil King, and ended the dark turmoil. Oh, I remember. Emily slapped her forehead, but was met with Wright's disdainful gaze. Wow, I remember now. Then you can continue to tell me about the history that followed. After that, there is more. The Demon King was defeated. Of course. Wright snorted coldly. The Demon King was defeated. The dark race withered, and the entire dark world was wiped out. Only a few dungeons were left to support it. The whole world soon fell into a situation where there were too many wolves and too little meat. Many adventurers chose to retire, but after they had no life skills and spent all their savings, they would slowly turn to the road of crime. In order to make the Great Adventure era a soft landing, the Holy Light Church united with the Holy Kingdoms and transformed the adventurers' home into the Mercenary Association. This is the Mercenary era in the late Great Adventure era. After entering the Mercenary era, the goals of the missions are mainly some ordinary tasks. These include assisting in case investigations, hunting down evil thieves, eliminating mountain bandits, escorting caravans, and a small number of adventure missions involving the Dark Race. But in fact, the enemies faced by the previous types are mostly former adventurers who have fallen into depravity. Yes, the Mercenary Association's plan is actually one. Let the current adventurer clear the conspiracy of the past adventurers. After that, I thought about it. Really, I feel a lot. Wright gave her a brain collapse again. Give me a book. Such a magnificent historical ups and downs. You just feel a lot of feeling. Emily burst into tears. Wow. Do you want to speak? Don't do it. So, is this underground city? Fana turned back and explained. It is not the relic of dark turmoil. It is too close to the elven country. At that time, the elves are okay. It soon concentrated its strength and wiped out it. After a while, the era of adventurers ushered in. Lilith suddenly asked, by the way, what attributes are this underground city? Emily ran to Lilith's side. Does the dungeon have attributes? Are they also divided by element? Lilith laughed. Thank you for asking me, otherwise I would be scolded again. The dungeon does have attributes, but it has nothing to do with element. I remember that there are 4 major systems of dungeons. They are the Undead Dungeon, the Sulphur Dungeon, the Swamp Dungeon and the Dark Dungeon. Huh. Why are they divided like this? Lilith pondered for a moment. It is because of the different forces behind them. The Undead Dungeon is generally led by a lich or a high level undead, and behind them is the undead evil god in the Hades. The Sulphur Dungeon is the territory of some dragons, most of which are colored dragons, and the more famous ones are black dragons and red dragons. They all like magma and sulfur, so they set up camp here. The Dark Dungeon is a dungeon created by the Dark Clan, and behind it is the evil god of the Fallen system. As for the Swamp Dungeon, behind it is a devil, but not the entire demon world, but the swamp prison in the 13 prisons of the demon world. But, this is just a general judgment method, and there are some exceptions. For example, some followers of the infernal god will also create sulphur dungeons, and some dragons and dark tribes with special habits also like swamp dungeons. It is also difficult to judge the undead dungeons. After all, as long as you know the magic of the dead, and have contact with the undead gods in the underworld, you can also build them, even if you are human. In addition, there are many inferior evil gods who will also share a share in the underground world. Lilith raised her finger. In fact, the dark turmoil does not mean that the dark tribe is so powerful. In fact, it is those foreign evil gods who cannot participate in the gods' grazing operations, taking advantage of the gods' absence to make a fortune. Therefore, it is not only this world that will have dark turmoil, it is basically a very common thing. Emily scratched her head. I feel that in the final analysis, it is all for the benefit. Wright laughed. That's right. It's that simple. Fiona, who was walking in front of the team, stopped. Boss, we are here. Wright looked up and was immediately full of question marks. Where is the underground city? Why is there only a gate left? No door panels yet? Question mark? Chapter 344 Holy Flame Skeleton, asking for monthly ticket. What about such a big underground city? Wright walked in through the only remaining gate and then walked out of the gate. It's really gone. Of course it's gone. Do you have to go in and confirm it? Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry and cast her eyes on the dark elf leader beside her. What's going on? No, nothing happened. I said, this is a ruin. It collapsed originally, and after hundreds of years, it is considered to be well preserved to still have a door. Wright covered his face. That's right. I still have expectations for this place. I must have been infected by Emily. Emily puffed her cheeks and waved her fists. Hey. Lilith had an idea and covered her mouth. You don't want to put the junction of the Hades Beach here, right? I do have this idea. Wright held the huge ruins of the city gate, use the crypt as the border, and build a large undead dungeon here. In this way, all the death breath overflowing from the Hades Beach can be absorbed and used reasonably. Moreover, the dungeon can also be used as a war preparedness fortress, transportation node and other effects. If you build a dungeon here, it can be said that there are many benefits. Then build one. Lilith took Wright's arm and said, although there is nothing left here, this cave is still very good and suitable as a development space for an underground city. Moreover, building an underground city from scratch does not take much time. Wright clapped his hands and said, that's right. I can summon the undead to do infrastructure construction. They don't need to eat, rest, or pay. They are simply excellent employees of a sweet shop. The dark elves next to them shuddered. Is this the true face of a sweet shop? Does this man want to use his entire tribe in this way? Too dark. Too scary. Isn't this man a paladin? And is he the son of the Holy Light Church? Emily suddenly laughed, looking a little bit like asking for a beating. Wright raised his eyelids and looked at her. What are you laughing at? You also passed the Imperial examination? Is this really okay, Wright? Is this really okay for you? If you don't treat me well, I won't agree to your request when you beg me later. Wright and Lilith looked at each other. I say, what's wrong with you? I beg you. Are you crazy? Why should I beg you? No. Why should I ask you? Because I'm the only candidate to be the lord of this dungeon among all the people here. Emily suddenly became tough. She walked to the ruins of the dungeon gate and was very arrogant. You are pure light attribute. Sister Lilith is a demon. Jenny has no attribute, and Rasatina needs to go back to be a princess. You are not very reassured about these dark elves. After thinking about it, it is only me who is proficient in all aspects that can be qualified for the position of the Lord of the Undead Dungeon. Wright looked at her quietly and waited until she finished speaking before asking, who told you that the Holy Light system can't control the undead? Are you kidding? Isn't the Holy Light system the nemesis of the Dark system and the Undead system? Death is neutral. What the Holy Light system restrains is never death, but other element contained in the Undead system. Emily still didn't quite believe it. After all, it was too incongruous to think that the Holy Light system could control the power of death. You are lying. Then why haven't I seen people from the Holy Light department controlling undead creatures? Wright rolled his eyes at her. That's because doing so is difficult, has low returns, and is thankless. Most importantly, it doesn't match the business image of the Holy Light goddess. Therefore, the Holy Light department has not made any achievements in this regard. But, just because it has not been done, it doesn't mean it can't be done. Emily, unwilling to be defeated by the inequality, still said stubbornly, I really don't believe it, unless you can really do it, and let me see it. Wright laughed. I was originally planning to create some holy undead. After all, we are going to find trouble tomorrow, and ordinary undead have no advantage. But if it is an undead with holy light attributes, then the Battle of the Hades Beach is a dimensionality reduction attack. But since you want to see it so much, I'll let you see it by the way. After saying that, Wright strode into the gate and walked towards the center of the underground city ruins. Seeing this, the others were also very curious. After all, holy undead, let alone seeing and hearing about them, it feels disrespectful to just think about them. Central altar, got it. Wright walked to the center of the city ruins and quickly sensed what he was looking for. Those elves, come and dig this place for me. Be careful, don't destroy the magic circle above, otherwise it will be very troublesome to repair it. Seeing the dark elves standing there stupidly, Rasatina became anxious. Go. What are you waiting for? Don't you listen to the boss? Work hard under the Lord, and you will accumulate merits for this world. When you return with honor in the future, most of your sins will be washed away later. The dark elves woke up from their dreams and hurried over to start the excavation and cleaning work. As elves, they are very sensitive to magic fluctuations and are also proficient in magic circles. It didn't take long for them to clean up the entire altar. Wright checked it a little and found that the altar in this place was still intact. Everyone retreat. After Wright waved everyone away, he took out the crystal skull from his arms and gently placed it in the center of the altar in the dungeon. He took a deep breath and began to sprinkle holy light on the crystal skull. With the influx of a large amount of holy light, the crystal skull began to tremble wildly. Hey, Wright, it's not going to work. Emily was more sensitive to the magic element. I sensed the restlessness. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. I won't laugh at you. Don't ruin the treasure you got with great difficulty. Lilith also frowned slightly. Right. In addition to light, there is also holiness in the holy light, and now there is also law. If you want to combine it with the image of death, will it not work? Are you sure it's okay? Death. How is it not holy? Wright suddenly shouted loudly, and his voice echoed throughout the cave. The sacred light wrapped around the crystal skull and overflowed from the altar. Following the lines of the dungeon, it flowed through the ruins of the entire dungeon. Suddenly, a ball of white and gold flame ignited from the altar, illuminating the entire cave. We should praise death. Sing praises to death. Because death can also be brilliant, and it is also glorious. Platinum colored flames rose up, transforming into a huge skull with its mouth wide open. Skeleton soldiers walked out one after another, but unlike ordinary undead skeletons, what burned in their skulls and eye sockets was not the dark green flame of death, but the platinum holy flame. The dark elves who were watching were all shocked. They could not feel the coldness and terror of the undead at all, but wanted to worship them from the bottom of their hearts, because they felt that these skeletons were extremely sacred. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. Get free to the end. Undead and holy. How could these two attributes be combined? Not only the dark elf and Emily couldn't understand it, even Lilith had a headache. Right, you seem to have come up with something quite explosive. Jenny rubbed her temple. As you all know, I was born in the Truth Workshop, an organization composed of alchemists from the remnants of the Tower of Truth. To be honest, I have seen a lot of outrageous things since I was a child, but I have never seen anything as outrageous as today. Wright rubbed his nose. Who cares about him? Just tell me, did I succeed? A brand new high-end sacred undead species. It has all the advantages of the undead, and it has none of the disadvantages of the undead. It also restrains the undead. Just say, throw such an army of holy flame skeletons into the Hades Beach. What will be the effect? Lilith sneered. Throw this thing into the Hades Beach. I guess you don't even need to fight it. Many evil gods of the undead system will collapse their divinity, collapse their divine base, and shatter their godhead just by looking at it. Emily suddenly came over, tugged at Wright's sleeve, and asked in a low voice, Light, I want to ask you something. What? Well, you said that a concept level strong man could have more than one concept. Light's face suddenly looked a little strange, even a little nervous. Why are you asking this? I was just thinking about it. You said it before. You are not 100% compatible with the element of light, but you are 100% compatible with the law of light. Wright nodded. Yeah. But, holy light is not just made up of light. For example, I know light magic, but I also have to pray to Sister Jonah for holy light magic. In addition to the law of light, holy light seems to include the law of the sacred, right? Your concept is emergence. Can emergence produce the sacred? Do you have other concepts besides emergence? Or maybe, your concept is actually higher than emergence. Just like Sister Lilith, her concept is malice, but she can also use subordinate concepts such as greed and gluttony. Oh, could it be that you? No, you think too much. How is that possible? Wright broke Emily's head with a knife. Don't think about it, and don't guess with your intuition. Emily felt like she was about to grasp something, but Wright suddenly scattered her thoughts and she couldn't find it again. She had to hold her head and run behind Lilith. In a word. Wright pinched his waist and waved his hand. You, go build the dungeon for me first. While he was talking, one after another holy flame skeletons came out of the dungeon altar and soon joined the working team. Seeing him summoning the holy undead without restraint, Lilith was a little worried. Is it really okay for you to do this? What's the problem? This kind of summoning consumes two energies, holy light and death. You only have the power of holy light, right? As for death, Wright gave a thumbs up. Go get it from the underworld. Got it? I have all the agency authority of death. Have you forgotten? Wright grinned. Why do you think I want all the agency authority of death? The agent of the god of death, to put it bluntly, is to do the work of the god of death, but there is no way to attribute the many laws of death to one's own divinity. In other words, there is only the right to use, not the ownership. It seems that it is a pure mule and horse life, a thankless task. But there is one thing, the underworld is governed by the Great Will, and the god of death is just an apostle under the Great Will. Although I'm not among the gods of death, I have the most complete authority. This means that, although I can't control the gods of death can't control me either. So, Emily clapped her hands in an instant. I understand. Just like your relationship with the goddess of holy light. That's right. Wright rubbed his hands. I can draw a lot of death power from the underworld. Those who can control me won't, and those who want to control me can't. The holy light side can use it at will. So, no matter how many holy undead I recruit, I don't need to pay a copper peso. This is called freeloading to the end. Emily and Lilith looked at him quietly and waited for a long time before slowly speaking. But now, is it really freeloading on the holy light side? At most, you don't spend your own money, but your family's money. That's right. What's the difference? Wright froze in place, holding his heart and said sadly, now that you say that, I seem to be a little heartbroken. He snapped his fingers and paused the summoning of the holy undead. I really think it's better to get other free labor. Hey, those of you who have been summoned, just do your job first. As he spoke, there were already hundreds of holy flame skeletons in the entire underground city ruins. They were like torches, illuminating the cave, as if it were daytime. Lilith heard the hidden meaning of Wright's words and suddenly grabbed his shoulders. Wait a minute, you said you wanted to find other free labor? Yeah. You don't want to. Wright took out an old yellowed scroll from his arms and threw it into the altar. Lilith sighed and shook her head helplessly. Emily and Jenny were very curious and asked, what did you just throw in? Before Wright answered, they heard Lilith say faintly, that's the emergency meeting invitation of the Demon Victims Association. Before the voice fell, a purple demon flame burned with a whoosh, occupying half of the altar. The phantoms of demon gods emerged in the flames, and they looked at Wright, confused. Everyone, I have a new project, and want to find someone to invest. I don't know if you. Wright hadn't finished speaking, and with a whoosh, the demon flame went out and all the gods disappeared. Wright stood there awkwardly, smiling helplessly. Why don't you just listen to what I have to say first? Emily came forward. I say, don't you have a greeter who is also in the demon world? Why don't you call them? For such a good thing of making a lot of money, of course I have to make my creditors rich together. In this way, I can also pay back part of my debts. You don't want to cheat the greeter, because that is also your industry, right? Can you not suddenly become smart at some time and place where you don't need to be smart? Lilith sighed, I'd better go and talk to them. After all, they are afraid of being cheated by you. Then you talk to them first. What else do you want to do? Go on. Wright said as he pulled out his Dragon Slayer's wail and inserted it into the altar. I must fleece the wool of the dragon world. Chapter 346. Dragon Clan's Protection Fee, Monthly Ticket plus 1213. By modifying the guiding magic pattern of the dungeon altar, Wright successfully changed the object of sacrifice from the demon world to the dragon world. But when the Dragon Slayer's wailing inserted into the altar of the dragon world, the entire cave shook. The fierce murderer soared towards the Dragon Clan, through the sacrificial magic circle, directly bloomed in the distant dragon world, instantly causing a sensation in the entire dragon world. The lower level dragon gods, under the deterrence of this powerful murderous intent, trembled in fear and stood there at a loss. And those who were stronger were even more frightened and fled directly, extremely embarrassed. The entire dragon world can be said to be in chaos because of this knife. As a last resort, several dragon god emperors gathered in the sacrificial passage of the dragon world and tried to bear the breath of the dragon killer, wanting to find out. It's him. It's him. Damn it. RRR. Among the dragon god emperors, the furious red suddenly felt the familiar breath in it and was frightened and retreated again and again. He quickly protected his dragon horns, and the tail and wings that had just grown were also aching. Is he that person? Is it the low-level world that has been in the limelight recently? Holy Light World. I remember that's the name. Yes, a mere god of law actually formed a divine court. How ridiculous. Ridiculous? If you think it's ridiculous, go find him and destroy him. With this understated sentence, the dragon god emperor who had just spoken was immediately deflated and silent. Who goes? Who dares to go? What a joke. Rage Red may not be the best fighter among this group of dragon god emperors, but he is definitely the most difficult. His power comes from pure anger, and once he enters the battle, he will continue to get stronger. Although there are a few dragon god emperors present who can definitely beat him, no one is willing to fight him, because it will definitely be very troublesome, and the victory will be very ugly. The most important thing is that once you provoke this guy, he will come to pick a fight for no reason. That stubborn temper is definitely typical among the dragons. But the dragon god emperor, who was as stubborn as a donkey, would avoid talking about that person's name now. After such a great humiliation, he had no intention of getting back at him. This was not because he was defeated, but because he was scared and had a psychological trauma. The dragon god emperors present believed that they were not capable of doing this. What does he want to do? Is he going to attack the dragon realm? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the sacrificial channel array of the dungeons in each world? It is used by the dungeon lords of each world to offer sacrifices and communicate with the dragon realm. Is there a dragon dungeon in the Holy Light World, and it accidentally provoked him, so he wants to take advantage of the situation to punish him? The dragon god emperors immediately asked the dragon god who was in charge of this part, and the dragon god looked up the information pitifully. Reporting to all the lords, there has been no dragon clan dungeon in the Holy Light World for hundreds of years, and it has contacted the headquarters. It should have all disappeared. What does this person want to do? Just to make trouble. Intimidation. This is intimidation. I think we should ask him clearly. The dragon god emperors looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Tyrannical Black. Why are you looking at me? After all, you are in charge of the dungeon, and most of the people active in the dungeon are from your clan. Damn it, we usually do the dirty and tiring work, but at this time, we have to be pushed out by you to take the blame. Tyrannical Black cursed, and the other dragon god emperors looked at each other, not daring to look at him. Ahem. This dungeon lord. Sir, please don't put strange things in the altar. Thank you. Wow. He called me sir. This is the first time I heard him call me sir. What's so strange about calling me sir? He just said thank you. Tyrannical Black was furious. Why don't you come? The dragon god emperors retreated one after another, their eyes wandering again. Are you the person in charge of the dragon clan? Wright was immediately happy when he heard the voice of the dragon clan coming from the altar. Finally, there are some alive. Hey, you, change the authority to the highest level now, and then change the material exchange requirements to 0, and change the exchange limit to the highest level. You, what do you want to do? No, you can't. The dragon god who was in charge of the dungeon affairs ran over and said, my fellow god emperors, you can't change it like this. If you change it like this, he can take unlimited gifts, protection, and manpower from the dragon clan without any sacrifice. What? How can that be possible? Why not? Wright was furious, and the dragon slayer's wail penetrated a few inches into the altar, and the dragon nemesis power on the dragon world side suddenly became stronger. I took the trouble to protect you, shouldn't I get some hard work fees? The dragon god emperors were confused, and Tyrannical Black even retorted loudly, you protect us? The dragon realm needs your protection? When did you protect us? I protect you from being harmed by me. If you don't want to, then I won't protect you in the future. After these words came out, the dragons in the dragon realm were dumbfounded one by one, and it took a long time for them to react. You. Aren't you robbing openly? Yes, I'm robbing. Wright looked at Lilith and others beside him with a blank face. Isn't what I said clear? Well, I'll explain it more clearly. He turned to the altar and suddenly inserted all the dragon slayer's wails into the altar, directly causing the dragon realm's dragon nemesis energy storm. Ordinary dragons trembled under the intimidation of this power, and everyone in the entire dragon realm was in danger. Although the storm did not have real killing power, the resentment and hatred of I must kill you destroyed the hearts of every dragon. After all, which dragon in the entire dragon world does not have some guilty conscience? Question mark? Robbery. Either you send me what I want, or I carry what you don't want to you. Whatever you choose, you decide. Wright's voice echoed in the magic circle, and the faces of the dragon god emperors were ugly one after another. The furious Red, who was close to collapse, even shouted in a voice mixed with tears, why don't you just give him what he wants? It's just a dungeon. Even if it's open, how much can it consume at the maximum? Open it for him. Open it for him. That's right. Don't mess with this guy for this little thing. It's no big deal. His dungeon. I'll pay him separately. Open it. After weighing the pros and cons, the dragon god emperors chose to pinch their noses and accept it. When Wright pulled out the dragon slayer's wail, the third color lit up on the altar. In the orange-yellow flames, one lava lizardman after another came out and knelt in front of Wright. Wright smiled slightly and said, very good, you guys go and help the holy undead build the dungeon. Let me see if there is anything I can get from the dark side. Chapter 347, the wool must be pulled, asking for monthly tickets. The purple light flickered in the altar, but there was no response. Wright stood in front of the altar, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Where is the god in charge of the dungeon system on the dark side? Emily came forward and said, is it because of your bad reputation that people are scared and dare not pay attention to you? Impossible. Wright is usually quite confident, but to be honest, he is a little unsure now. Boss. At this time, Fiona, the leader of the Dark Elves, came to him to report. You probably can't contact the Dark Gods. Why? You know about the witch hunt 50 years ago, right? Oh, I know. After that witch hunt, the goddess of light completely cut off the channel for this world to contact the Dark Gods. The entire dark race was hit hard and has not recovered yet. Wright frowned. How could such a thing happen? Was it done by Afra? Why haven't I heard her mention it? Fiona also added, but not long ago, Lady Scarlet of the Dark Race said that she found a way to re-establish contact with the Dark Gods. What method? Well, she didn't explain it in detail, but some people speculate that it has something to do with the sword of the second generation of Dark Monarchs, the black gold bloodthirsty sword. Wright was stunned for a moment, and then slapped his forehead. That is indeed possible. Ever since Scarlet knew that the black gold bloodthirsty sword was in his hands, she has been tirelessly trying to ask for this weapon from him. Even after being severely beaten by him, she still couldn't forget it. It turned out that she wanted to use this black gold weeping blood sword to open the blocked prayer channel and regain contact with the dark race. Indeed, if she really did it, she would become a great hero of the entire dark race. At that time, no one would be able to stop her from becoming the new king of the dark race. That's difficult. I gave the black gold weeping blood sword to Adlosa. Now I don't know where he is with those dark creatures. Wright curled his lips. It seems that the gods of the dark side have escaped. At this time, Lilith came to Wright's side. I have discussed with several demon emperors in the demon world. They are willing to provide you with dungeon licenses. Are there any swamp dungeons? At present, there are none. That won't work. The swamp dungeon is the first step of our dungeon cluster. We can't afford to make mistakes. Lilith tilted her head. Dungeon cluster? How many more dungeons do you want to build? Wright summoned the light of sin and drew at his feet with the hilt of the sword in his hand. Look, this is the Hades Beach, and this is our world. If we connect the two rashly, it will inevitably cause the backflow of the death energy of the Hades Beach, which will cause damage to the Holy Light world. This is how I designed it. This dungeon will serve as our base camp. Not only must it be built quickly and well, but it must also be solid and safe. And connected to this dungeon is the Undead Dungeon. It is located at the junction of the world and the Hades Beach. This way it is convenient to use it to block the death energy from entering the current world. As Wright spoke, he began to draw at the location of the Hades Beach. Here on the Nether Beach, at the seaside, we need to build a swamp dungeon in order to introduce the corrupted parts of the Nether Sea into the dungeon for the first step of decomposition. Then we will build a dark dungeon next to it for the second step of decomposition. Then the dark dungeon will connect to the undead dungeon for the third step of decomposition. Finally, the pure world power after the 3 steps of decomposition will be delivered to the main dungeon. Then the main dungeon will feed back to the life mushrooms in the world above, and the life mushrooms will complete the feedback to the world. This is the corrupt energy processing line. As for the outer vigilance, I plan to build a Dragon Clan sulfur dungeon outside the 3 factories, so that they can serve as free thugs and security guards for me. In this way, the functional cluster of 1 large and 4 small dungeons has been completed. Do you think this is over? No. No, the corrupted power will be decomposed, and in addition to the pure world power, it will also give birth to the divine power of filth, depravity, and death. In turn, this part of the divine power will be sacrificed to Filthy Mushroom King, Depravity Mushroom Lord, and White Mushroom Lady, through the dungeon. The 3 gods of the Holy Light Court will bless the dungeon system, while accepting the sacrifices, promoting the further development of the dungeon. The extra combat population in the development process will expand towards the Hades Beach. It can be said that not a single bit is wasted, and all is spent on the blade. And our Holy Light world will also be self-produced and self-sold, because of this series of factories, and the faith throughput will be guaranteed on a large scale. The outside world looks even more prosperous and thriving. At least it looks like a powerful force that is extremely powerful, not easy to mess with a relatively complete pantheon and a particularly wide network of contacts. Looking at the grand blueprint drawn by Wright and listening to the great dream he compiled, Lilith opened her mouth and finally gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, you can magnify such a small matter to such an extent. Doing business, especially in a monopoly industry, if you don't make huge profits, you will lose money. Lilith blinked and finally sighed. I wanted to introduce you to a demon king I knew in the swamp. Now think about it, forget it. You just go to the Dragon Clan, the sucker. Anyway, there are dragons who like swamp dungeons. Wright touched his chin thoughtfully, but who will do the bodyguard work in that case? You also know that I'm a person who does things clearly, and I have my own principles. A philosopher once told us that we can't grab one to fleece the sheep. We must share the rain and dew equally. It's not the lack of trouble, but the inequality of the rain. Don't use such profound warnings on the matter of fleecing the sheep. Seeing this, Wright had to spread his hands and asked, then do you have enemies in the swamp? Does the demon king you know have enemies in the swamp? Don't count on it. Your name is known to everyone in the entire demon world. Even if there are enemies, they will never sign a contract with you. Wright sighed deeply. If I had known earlier, I would have been more ruthless and prepared a copy of each contract and then a backup and then a backup for the backup, so I wouldn't have to worry about this matter now. It's true that a man without farsightedness will have near worries. Wright clapped his hands for the last time. As the saying goes, if you rely on the mountain will fall. If you rely on the water will flow. Since there is no demon god in the swamp of the demon world willing to help, then I will directly sign a contract with the great will of the swamp. Lilith was shocked. Are you willing to do this just to make a living? It's the end of the month again. Don't forget to vote for your monthly tickets. Move your little hands to make money. Cast your precious vote. Recommendation votes are also fine. Chapter 348 Strong Acid Slime. Monthly ticket plus 13.15. Emily was very curious as she watched Wright writing and drawing on the ground in front of the altar. Light, what are you doing? Light snorted coldly. Didn't I just say that? I'm going to get authorization directly from the swamp prison in the 13 prisons of the demon realm. Don't blame me for being immoral. If those demon gods are unjust. No, you're serious. I thought you were joking just now. Emily looked at the strange symbols he drew. But how can you find a plane to ask for authorization? Among the 13 prisons of the demon realm, only the hell and purgatory have realm masters. Do you know what a realm master is? Just like Aphra and Jonah, they are the main gods of the world. In a realm prison without a realm master, the position of the realm master is vacant, and several other powerful individuals jointly exercise power on its behalf. It's similar to the situation where there are administrators, but no group leaders. Now I want to obtain authorization from the swamp prison, but none of these administrators agree. So I plan to bypass them and sign a contract directly with the realm master. In this way, unless a new realm master appears, they can't cancel it. Emily widened her eyes. Can it be like this? Of course not. Lilith stepped forward to explain. If it is really possible, then the whole demon world will be in chaos, and the remaining demons of the 11 hells will be scared to death. Then he is gambling. Lilith knows Wright best. He is notorious in the demon world, so he just wants to pretend to sign a contract with the great will of the swamp prison and create some momentum. This is enough to scare the demon kings of the swamp prison into surrendering. Because of his fierce reputation, no one dares to play with him. So he turns around and uses this fierce reputation so that no one dares not to play with him. Emily trembled all over and looked at Wright with fear. Right. Is it really what Sister Lilith said? Wow, you are such a scheming person. Wright rolled his eyes. Don't listen to her nonsense. I can really bypass them and sign a contract with the non-existent world master. Have you heard of proof by contradiction? I will first draft a contract, the content of which is to ask the Great Will not to sign a contract with me, and then the contract will fail. Through this failed contract, I can prove that the Great Will wants to sign a contract with me. Because the Lord of the Realm is vacant, there is no objection from the parties involved in the counterproof, so I can sign the contract successfully. The logic sounds simple, right? But in fact, the oaths, contracts, verification, judgment, and falsification involved are quite complicated. But you see, I have run through it. The two women looked at the messy mind map on the ground, which no one could understand, and they were overwhelmed. Lilith's eyes were round. You can really sign it. Of course. You have to understand that the World Master's management system is incomplete, has logical loopholes, and lacks self-evidence. But because the World Master's authority is absolute, he can use his personal thinking and judgment to erase disputes and fill loopholes. In other words, it is a combination of human rule and legal rule, and the legal rule is imperfect and needs to be supplemented by human rule. When the position of the World Master is vacant, human rule is indeed, which leads to numerous loopholes. Okay, let's get started. Wright directly injected the power of holy light into the symbols on the ground, forming an extremely long magic spell that makes people's scalps numb at a glance. He compressed this spell into a small ball and then activated the altar, connecting to the demon world swamp prison. Right, I think you should reconsider. Before Lilith finished speaking, Wright threw the light ball into the altar. Lilith looked at the light that kept flickering in the altar and whispered softly, "It's over. Something big is going to happen in the demon world." Emily was still comforting her. It's not that serious, Sister Lilith. He just wants the highest authorization of a dungeon in the swamp prison. It won't have much impact. Lilith shook her head. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. In the 13 prisons of the demon world, except for the Hell Purgatory, there is no realm master. Now Wright has shown a way to obtain the authority of the realm master without becoming a realm master. In this case, it will cause panic in the entire demon world. In order to ensure the safety of their own prisons and prevent their authority from being stolen, these demon emperors will definitely find a way to start a war and decide the final realm master. The entire demon world may enter an era of great strife. It is estimated that at that time, the demon world will be in chaos. Emily thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. She couldn't help but look at Wright's back, and some different emotions surged in her heart. This man solved the crisis of the holy city, but turned the goddess of holy light into two. He also solved the crisis of Harbor City, but not only did he change the mayor of the city, he also created a cult. He solved the crisis of the sea tribe, killed the old sea god, and replaced him with a new sea god who made people feel uncomfortable. Now the whole sea tribe is addicted to fitness, a little crazy. He also solved the crisis of Dragon Island, but now Dragon Island is gone, and the dragons are gone. He recently solved the crisis of the Elf Empire, but the result was that the ancient tree of life was turned into a giant mushroom. By the way, the new goddess of life is also a pair of two. The remnants of the Tower of Truth and the Black Magician were completely solved, but the largest empire of mankind was destroyed. After Emily sorted it out, she suddenly realized that, although Wright could resolve the crisis, the changes he caused were also devastating. If he participated in something, the result would be earth-shaking. It feels like Hades Beach is finished. Before he finished speaking, the light in the altar gradually dimmed. Emily was shocked. Did it fail? No, it's finished. Wright stretched out his hand and the whole altar was filled with a pale green light, with the contract that had just been completed appearing on it. Lilith grabbed her two horns and asked in horror, You really succeeded? Of course. Wright snapped his fingers, and one after another translucent individuals emerged from the altar. What is this? Slime, don't you recognize it? Wright pointed at the half-human high slime ball. Look, how cute. But don't touch it. There is a strong acid in it that can melt even marble and refined gold. Wait a minute. Emily didn't understand. That's not right. Why did you summon a slime in the contract you signed with the demon world swamp? It shouldn't be a demon. Wright didn't speak, but Lilith explained for him, because the demon is too eye-catching. The demon world wants to develop secretly in the underground world. Therefore, they will not really send the demon over, as that would arouse the vigilance and encirclement of the gods. The Hell Dungeon generally provides monster followers, but the slime is too weak, right? Wright shook his finger. The slime is a little weak, but it has high growth potential. Don't underestimate the slime. It is more difficult to deal with than the high-level ones when it grows up. Lilith looked around and said, looking closely, the skeletons, lizardmen, and slimes you summoned seem to be the lowest level summons. What are you trying to do? Wright grinned and said, have you forgotten that there is another popular legend at the same level as the legend of Dragon Quest? It's called The Brave Fights the Demon King. Chapter 349. Isn't that more exciting? You want to extract the phenomenon of the hero? Wrong, I want to extract the Demon King. Wright pinched his waist and looked at the army of monsters who were working hard. There are two ways to become a Demon King. One is high cost and the other is low cost. The high cost one is simple, that is, let the people with the phenomenon of the hero form a team of heroes and then go to defeat the Demon King. But the high cost of this approach is that you have to condense the path of the hero first. The advantage is that with a hero, it is easy to disprove the Demon King. The second way is to create a monster kingdom from scratch. In this way, a Demon King will naturally be born from these monsters. At that time, the phenomenon of the Demon King can be extracted from it. Emily seemed to have discovered the blind spot and raised her hand excitedly. Well, then, if we have a Demon King, can't we also disprove the hero? In theory, yes, but the hero is useless to us. Don't say things that shatter children's dreams. Aren't children's dreams protected by fairy tale paths? Speaking of fairy tale paths, Jenny suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. I have something here that may help you open the channel to the dark world. Really? Wright immediately became interested. Why didn't you say that just now? I didn't know you could sign a contract directly with the dark world. I feel that, even if you open the channel, with your identity as the son of holy light, there will be no result. I didn't expect that you can do this. It's really eye-opening. Wright waved his hands repeatedly. No, actually I'm not that powerful. I'm not praising you. Here, this is it. Jenny took out a very luxurious small bronze mirror from behind and handed it to Wright. Wright grabbed the handle and flipped it over and indeed felt a strong dark aura from it. What is this? Snow White's witch's token, the magic mirror. Emily heard it and quickly snatched the mirror away. That's the one. Magic mirror. Tell me who is the most beautiful woman in the world. The magic mirror? Yes. I thought Snow White's witch's token was the poison apple. Yes. Because there can be multiple tokens. Wright nodded slightly. It was indeed the case. At the beginning, he thought that the crystal slipper was Cinderella's only witch's token, but he was tricked by the old man of reason, the wise man. Jenny took the magic mirror in her hand. This magic mirror, in addition to being Snow White's token like the poison apple, is also a real magic device that can be used. We can use it to summon the power of darkness. We can ask questions, make contracts, summon monsters, and cast dark spells. In short, it is a very comprehensive secret treasure. Wright reached out to take the magic mirror and then threw it directly into the altar of sacrifice, which scared Jenny. Why did you just throw it in? Don't you have to draw the spells and magic patterns like I did just now? Select all, copy, paste, and fine-tune. Wright snapped his fingers and the light ball flew out again. After readjusting a few magic patterns, Wright stuffed it back into the altar. Look, the new execution code is done. With the flash of light, the symbolic purple-black light of the dark side began to emerge. Wright wanted to use the same trick again, but he didn't expect to hit a wall. What's going on? There is actually a master in the dark world? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Even Lilith came over. What's going on? Where did this dark world master come from? Wright scratched his head with a confused look on his face. The dark world is also a large branch of the world of gods. Among the middle worlds, it is also relatively famous and very powerful. It is impossible for everyone not to know about such a big thing as the sudden appearance of a world master. Lilith, who was the previous master of the Dark Realm, the Blasphemy Monarch. Lilith was very sure of this. Since the fall of the Blasphemy Monarch, the Dark Realm has been ownerless, and I have never heard of anyone who can become the new Dark Realm master. How come a world master suddenly appeared? Hiss. Wright took a breath. This matter, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Either, after the collapse of the Blasphemy Monarch, some of the wreckage still retained the authority of the World Master and was not released. This is also the reason why the Dark Realm has not had a new Dark Realm Master for so long. The process was stuck because of an error, and the process was dead-looped. Or, the Blasphemy Monarch is not dead yet and has been planning something. It feels like accidentally discovered a big problem. Lilith was a little nervous. After all, the Blasphemy Monarch was extremely powerful back then. Although he was a concept level strongman, even ordinary indescribables dared not compete with him. Of course, adjust the rune magic patterns. Wright summoned the small light ball again, then fine-tuned a few lines of magic patterns and stuffed it back in. What are you doing? As you can see, continue. Wright said as if it was a matter of course. If it is just a wreck holding the position of the Lord of the Realm, then it can't stop me at all. If this old deng is pretending, then he dare not stop me, because that will expose his existence. No matter which possibility it is, I will not be stopped. It only needs a little adjustment, and then we can continue to sign the contract as before. After listening, Lilith gave a thumbs up. Then if it is the second situation, wouldn't he watch you enter his house and steal things, and dare not catch you? Wrong, he knows that I know he is at home, and I also know that he knows that I know he is at home, but I still choose to swagger out and rob things in front of him. It's even more hateful, but it's more fulfilling. Before I'd finished speaking, the contract was completed, and the rich dark power surged out of the altar. with Wright's hook. One short and thin green monster after another walked out of the altar. This is a goblin? Emily recognized the monster in the atlas. Isn't this monster extinct? This is the lowest level monster summoned from the dark world, and it is necessary to achieve the achievement of the Demon King. Wright pointed his finger and said, "You, go and help with the work, and rebuild the entire dungeon." The goblin squeaked, and turned to run towards the construction site. Looking at the bustling atmosphere of the entire dungeon, Wright was very satisfied. Lilith was a little helpless. "Okay, you have now completed the free contracts for the 4 major dungeons of the undead, Dark, Swamp, and Sulphur. What are you going to do next?" Wright grinned. "Don't talk about how much I like to cause trouble. The next step is, of course, to lead the Mushroom of Life here. After all, the dungeon is just an assembly line factory, and the magic mushroom is a workshop machine tool." Chapter 350 Talent is the most expensive. Subscription request. After all, the purpose of building the entire dungeon cluster is to patch up this broken world. Then, complete the promotion from the low world to the middle world. As for taking advantage of others and robbing others by trickery, that is just a side job. Of course, there is also a long-term goal, which is to cast bait in the underworld and catch the big fish of the Gate of Truth. However, to achieve these goals, magic mushrooms are indispensable. The filtering and decomposition of the corrupt energy by the 3 major dungeons of the undead, the Dark and the Swamp must be completed by magic mushrooms. The frame is set up, and the rest is to connect the main equipment of the Mushroom of Life. In this way, the work on the Holy Light World side is almost completed. Wright clapped his hands, and all the dungeon members, including the Dark Elves, gathered together. It is obviously a dungeon, but there are 4 completely different factions. This may mean betrayal of the evil god that he worships 2 other dungeon lords. But here in Wright, there is no sense of disobedience at all. Even a little too harmonious. Next, you will continue to work and continue to build everyone's dungeon. If you have any problems, report them to Fiona first. If you really can't solve them, just wait until I come back. Fiona, the leader of the Dark Elves, was very excited. "Boss, can I really do it?" "Of course. You have to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, then believe in me who believes in you." Although it sounds a bit confusing, Fiona's eyes were filled with tears. An unprecedented feeling surged from the depths of her heart. Is this what it feels like to be trusted and valued? Fiona, who had been wandering outside with a bad reputation, and all the Dark Elves, were all excited and felt that they had found a boss who could trust their lives. "Boss, don't worry, we promised to complete the task." "Good. Very good. Very good. Keep it up. I'm optimistic about you." After Wright encouraged Fiona, he took Lilith and others on the road back to the capital of the elves. Because Rasatina hadn't seen her aunt for a long time, she chose to stay and catch up with them, and also to understand the current situation of the Dark Elves. On the way back, Jenny spoke first. "Right, is it really okay to hand over the entire dungeon to Fiona? She is a Dark Elf, and this group does not have a good reputation. Moreover, you are not familiar with her. What if she is a mediocre person?" Wright shook his finger. "You have this question because you don't know much about the elves. The elves are different from humans. They really have high blood and ordinary blood. The social structure of the elves is somewhat similar to that of bees or ants. There are worker bees, drones, and queen bees. Of course, the elves are not so primitive, but they do have some differences. Ordinary elves are the elves we come into contact with every day, and the noble elves, whether in lifespan or talent, are much stronger than ordinary elves. Most of them are also responsible for the management of the elf group, and each of them has an important position. People often call this special part of the elves high elves. The purpose of the existence of high elves is to rule and manage the entire elf group and ensure its long-term prosperity. The elven queen is of royal blood, a high elf among high elves. This kind of royal elves, whether in terms of talent, lifespan, or other aspects, are the absolute kings of the elves. They are more handsome, more intelligent, energetic, and powerful, as if they were born leaders. If that Fiona is really the sister of the elf queen and Rasatina's aunt, then her ability is absolutely unquestionable. With her, we can save a lot of things that need to be worked on, and we only need to be high above and give orders. Lilith added in a timely manner. You just want to be a hands-off shopkeeper again. This is making the best use of everything. And I have just observed that most of the dark elves are high elves. I think they should be the trusted senior executives that Fiona took away back then. These elves are all powerful and can be used as soon as they are picked up. Let's put it this way. This time, Fiona came with a complete high-level framework of the elf empire. Do you know how much time and energy this saves us in cultivating talents? The backbone is there, the elite is there, and the company is there. You said that as a boss. How can I not be happy? How can I not be happy? As for what happened just now, that was a small test I gave them on purpose. If a group of powerful high-level dark elves, with the authority I gave them, still can't do the underground city project well, and can't control 4 different tribes, then I can change people as soon as possible to minimize the risk of loss. Emily asked puzzledly, what if this Fiona is really not good enough? When listening to the teacher's lecture, you should carefully examine the questions. Candidates with royal blood of the elves can be selected. If it really doesn't work, then Rasatina will take over. Or let her mother step down, and then let Rasatina succeed as the elf queen, and then send the former elf queen to the underground city to build. Anyway, now that the goddess of life has returned, the burden of the elf queen is not so heavy, and it's good to change the dynasty at this time. Jenny was amazed and said, it's you who are worthy of it. Not only are you thinking about her aunt, you don't even intend to let her mother and daughter go. Wright frowned. Why is what you said a little wrong? But I can't tell what's wrong. While they were talking, they had already returned to the capital of the elves. Without stopping for long, Wright took them directly to the direction of the Lake of Life. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they saw the elf queen running over in a hurry. Your Highness Wright, Your Highness Wright. You are back. Where is my daughter? Where is Rasatina? Oh, she said she wanted to talk to her Aunt Fiona about something, so she stayed in the dungeon. What? How can this be? Seeing the queen so anxious, Wright laughed. Don't worry, those dark elves are already my employees. With me here, they won't have any strange behavior. Not to mention, a group of my troops are stationed in the dungeon. Even if they have any ideas, they can't implement them. Are you really going to restart that dungeon? Wright nodded slightly. Yes. This dungeon is useful to me. Your Majesty, I know that the underground city is relatively close to here, but please understand and overcome it. If you really have any objections, I can ask the Goddess of Life to give you a divine decree. The Elf Queen smiled awkwardly. That's not necessary. Okay, if there is anything, let's talk about it later. I'll go check out the Mushroom of Life first. 1,000,000 words. Long live. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.